Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order and start with a land acknowledgement. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of committee members. Mayor Sohi is away on city business right now. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
And Mr. Burrows is not able to join us. And Mr. Madamombi.
Good morning.
Good morning. And any councillors online? Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Good morning. And that appears to be all we have online. If not, speak up, please. Okay, thank you. If I can have somebody move adoption of the agenda, please.
I would like to move the adoption of the February 13th, 2023 Audit Committee meeting.
Any questions? Any questions? No, please vote.
Sorry, I'm not quite in the scribe yet. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Public Member Madamombe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. And can I get someone to move the approval of the minutes? Councillor Knack?
Certainly. I will move the approval of the minutes from the December 6, 2022 Audit Committee meeting.
Any changes, questions? No, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Any protocol items this morning? I'm not aware of any. All right, if we can move to selecting items for debate, please, if you'd like to sign up. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Sorry, I've got lots going on right now. I would like to select 7.1. And I get 7.2 by extension, 7.3 and 7.7.
And thank you. And any others? Councillor Principe?
Thank you. I would like to choose 7.4.
Thank you. 7.4. And I'll select 7.5 and 7.6 to be dealt with together. Okay, and if we can vote on, we don't need to vote on reports not selected because they're all selected. There's no request to speak today or any specific time on agenda. Any councillor inquiries this morning? No, and no other reports to be dealt with at a different time. No unfinished business. So I now will move on to public reports. So item 7.1 and 7.2 to be dealt with together. Do we have a presentation? I'm sure we do.
Yes, we do, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Happy Monday, everybody. As usual, joining me in the room today, amongst many people, are the office's Deputy City Auditors, Janine Marai-Galad and Sharon Hahn. All right, the recommendations follow-up dashboard. Administration has closed 3 recommendations since the last time that I appeared in front of you. There is one overdue recommendation, but in discussion with administration, they are making a lot of headway in terms of implementing this recommendation. What you see on the slide on top of the screen there would be two charts that I've shared with you. The first one on the left is what we would call an aging of the recommendations chart. That's important because that measures how long an outstanding recommendation has been overdue. And I think the good news would be, if you look at the third bar, we only have one outstanding recommendation that's older than 2 years, which is really good news. The other chart is really an inflow and outflow of recommendations that's occurred throughout the year. And what you'll see is that really that brown bar is really important because it speaks to management implementing the recommendations in a timely manner. So last time we were together in August, I brought the Canadian Audit and Accountability Foundation. They spoke really highly about, city administration and this office and how we're implementing recommendations. And I would stick my neck out there to say that the city of Edmonton would be the envy of many audit offices in terms of implementing recommendations in a timely manner. So kudos to administration and the staff in the office of city auditor for working on getting these recommendations closed. Councillor Rutherford, I know a couple of meetings back you had asked for some better dashboarding on our website as well as in our report. So in future iterations of this report, you'll see some more dashboarding like these charts, and we're currently working on redesigning our website. That's it.
Thank you very much. And any questions? You can sign up. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, first I wanted to get clarity about just the process around closing recommendations. And because it says administration closes the recommendations, what does that look like with the city auditor?
So from a process perspective, generally, what we will do is we'll endeavor to follow up with administration, meaning contacting them every roughly quarter, 90 days or so to see how things are going. That's actually a pretty good check in place because coming from previous worlds or previous lives, what happens a lot of times is when you make a recommendation, it gets parked and it sits, and if you don't touch base, sometimes they sit and you might not get as much movement, or the movement may not be, if the recommendations implement A and B, but administration's implementing T, I think it's important to catch that early and making sure that progress is aligned. Then what we'll do is when administration is ready and has implemented the recommendations, we will follow up. Now, you're going to have differences of opinion in different audit shops as to the level of follow-up that you're going to see. There's a full audit level of assurance, meaning you will audit it fully. I've seen that happen in the Office of the Auditor General of Alberta. But some audit offices work at a review level, meaning following up, getting documentation and evidence to give you some corroboration that management has implemented the recommendations.
Okay, because I did have some questions about the recommendations that were closed, and it seemed like there was a little still bit of misalignment with what because I went back and read the original reports, and then what I see recommended here. So for example, the one about creating a project charter. To me, creating a project charter is not the same as developing those cost reduction and revenue generating opportunities. I also had some questions about the quality measure, and maybe that's more for administration. I don't know if administration is here to answer, but it seemed like I needed a little bit more detail about how that helps us to evaluate quality.
Okay, so I think bear in mind that this report has roughly, probably per outstanding recommendation, implemented roughly 3 or 4 sentences. There's a lot of work that's being done. I'll take advice from committee if it wants more information, because it can get pretty lengthy. In a previous life, we followed up on an outstanding recommendation, and it turned out to be a 16-page report. So it's kind of finding that balance of giving yourselves the right information to be able to be informed that recommendations have been implemented.
Yeah, I don't think that this is the wrong information. I think about the information that is in front of me. It's my job to say, am I satisfied with that closure? And what I'm saying is I'm not so sure I am. So that's why we have this discussion right now, right? So, for example, in the snow and ice control, there's a lot of references to a reimagine. And can you walk me through what was reimagine and what was the outcome of reimagine? Because as a new counselor, I wasn't here for the reimagine process.
So I wouldn't have those details in front of me right now, Councillor. However, I can endeavor to provide the information for these 3 outstanding recommendations that are on page 6 in a future meeting, and then provide you with more information in working in collaboration with administration.
Okay, and let me look at my notes for questions here too. Yeah, I would, for those 3, I would like it because, so these are my thoughts. The first one, I feel like a project charter doesn't close that out satisfactory to me. That's the start of the process, not the end of the process, when to me it would be closing. The second one, I would want more information on how that assures quality, because I'm sure there's process behind it, but that measure itself didn't seem like, I couldn't understand how that would assess quality. And for 3, I'm a little bit concerned about the oversimplification of a complex department. And so I feel like it might need some discussion with that department, because I worry that we're trying to create measures that will lead to results when sometimes this work is complex and messy. And so I wanted to talk through that a bit more.
Absolutely. We'll note it and
Okay.
get back to you at the next committee meeting.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rutherford. Mr. Matamambe, do you want to go next?
Thank you. Just to follow up to that, and thank you for describing the process that you have in place on the follow-up side. Checking to see if the 20 outstanding items that say to be not yet due were actually re-looked at to reassess the timelines in discussions with the administration as well?
Yes, what should be happening is at that quarterly or 90-day interval when we meet with administration, we should be having the conversations around, how you're progressing against the action plan that you initially wrote up in the report. And there should be a conversation on, does the timeline make sense, or do you need more time, and why, and all that good stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm getting too much into the weeds here, but on the number 1 for snow and ice control, it makes reference to the community sandbox program and tipping fees at snow storage sites, and the analysis that's been done on that. With the sandbox program, aren't they just now doing surveys and with the snow storage tipping fees, why wasn't that information included in the report that we had dealt with last week? Or sorry, and it wasn't even, sorry, it was on, but it wasn't selected for debate. But why wasn't that information included in that?
So,
The tipping fee analysis.
so unfortunately, I'm not sure what the reference to last week was.
That was, and I see Mr. Sebrick making his way to the.
Madam Chairperson, I think the memo we provided, or update we provided, was in general to the snow and ice control program, not specifically to this audit recommendation. So the audit recommendation from the auditor's office encompassed 3 different components, and you're right, some of that work is underway with the community sandboxes. That's work that's underway. And I think the recommendation, if I'm correct in my understanding, was to develop work to address those issues, and that is underway. Of course, that work is ongoing and won't be completed all in one period of time. The sandbox work is underway. The revenue opportunities were examined, and in each of the cases, when we do make a recommendation to the auditor's office, we will go through when we complete a recommendation, we will go through it with the auditor and their team to ensure that we're on the right track. And some of these things we reach a closure point in terms of the recommendation, but there's still ongoing work to complete some of the next steps.
So even though it shows that it's been completed, it's agreed to be completed, not necessarily the work is done?
Well, I think in particular in the sandbox, it said to assess the program and to look at building out that program, and that's what we've committed to doing. So we built that framework, and now the actual work will come underway. And one of the outcomes, there's a number of potential outcomes with snow and ice in the sandbox program, and that could be everything from expanding the program to stopping the program. So that's the next body of work.
Okay, and I understand that's underway, but the tipping fees on the snow storage, I mean, I think in the report that came to CPSC indicated that 80 to 90% of the snow that's stored is not city, it's from private companies, and I was kind of surprised that we weren't charging any fees for that. So that analysis is still being completed?
Correct, and there's other steps that have to take place before we can start charging in terms of some actual access controls and technology and capital enhancements. So that is part of work that we've done through the budget process as well as going forward.
Okay, so like I said, I was a little bit concerned, it says complete, but
If I can supplement that, the recommendation is really to develop cost reduction and revenue generation opportunities, and that's through the analysis in the project charter. The implementation of whatever the initiative or whatever the decision is by administration sometimes could be a lot longer than what one would expect in here. So the recommendation is very specific to go do the analysis, evaluate options, and come up with ideas for cost reduction opportunities.
and then is there any follow-up done by the audit team to ensure the analysis has been completed in a timely manner?
And that's what you see highlighted in the last sentence for the first completed recommendation, which is there was a project charter, the analysis was laid out, and that was reviewed by our team.
But there's no further follow-up by the team to ensure it's done. It's just, you've confirmed the next steps that are going to be taken. But you don't go back to confirm that has then been done.
Yeah, and I think that's always a dilemma. If we go back to one of the earlier recommendations around mill management, administration, from our perspective and from the information that we looked at, took all the steps necessary and committed to what delivered on their commitments. Now, if there's a question around, well, if 4 years later did administration hire more than what was anticipated, and a follow-up audit potentially could last into, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, and I don't think that's the point of some of these recommendations. It's to make sure those first steps are taken because they'll lead to the follow-up, which is implementation.
Okay, thank you very much. My time is up. Councillor Rutherford, second round.
Yeah, Mr. Seabrick, could you give me an example then of a cost reduction measure that was identified with the tipping fee? Can you give me some concrete examples of what have been identified that now you need to?
So in terms of tipping fees, what we identified is that there are opportunities to charge third-party users of our snow storage sites. However, in order to accomplish that, we need to have the access controls in place and the tracking systems so that we can actually bill people as they come and go. So that's part of the work that has to happen. The concept of charging, it's similar to waste, is that we have to have the ability to track who's coming into the facility, and then how do we have a mechanism to assess a charge to them. So that's a piece of work that's ongoing that we would look at. And just if I could kind of talk a little bit about what the auditor just mentioned in terms of follow-up. So we'll have situations where we will implement a process, and we will reach out to the auditor to assess the process in terms of how that process aligns with what the initial intention of the recommendation was. So sometimes the auditor may reach out to us, but we also value their expertise and will reach out to them to give us some oversight on what we've implemented.
So is so let's just focus on tipping fees for a second. Is that project charter with the intent of charging tipping fees?
So that was the
Or is it still to explore the opportunity?
that was the concept, but again, I believe, and I'd have to go back, Council, identified through the capital program what would be required to action that. And I don't believe that that was part of the approved budget, but we can take away and get you some more background on that specific example.
Yeah, well, and that's concerning to me too, because if there's things that are recommendations from the auditor that need funding, that was not highlighted to me at the budget, and I think that would have been an important decision-making point for myself.
So apologies if it wasn't. We do try on any of our capital profiles or service packages, if there is a connection that references an audit recommendation, we will try and include that in the description. But if that wasn't the case in this, but we can go back and look at that. Yeah, and I'm sure it could be a line in there. I think what I've learned and recognized from the 4-year budget process is we're talking that as an individual, I'm reading thousands and thousands and thousands of pages, right? Between utility, capital, operating, carbon now. And so one line in a capital profile can easily get missed, right? So how do we make that more explicit? Like even a separate, capital profiles linked with auditor recommendations as a one-pager or something like that might be ideal. Certainly, we can take that away and speak with Ms. Padbury and her team on how that could be something that we identify as an element within the budget process. Okay, perfect. That's it for me.
Ms. Padbury, did you want to comment with the remaining time for Councillor Rutherford?
No, I think maybe the only other observation that I would make is the city auditor makes a recommendation for us to look at revenue items, but not necessarily to implement them. There's still a process that we do after the evaluation to determine whether it is a revenue that we'd like to charge. But I take your point about drawing attention to those things in the budget.
And I think that I think the concern and the reason we're sort of staying, at least I shouldn't say we. I'm used to community development work where we say we a lot. I'm kind of, bringing this forward and discussing this because I think I had a different understanding of what closure was. And so the feedback loop then with Audit Committee stops. But if the work is still ongoing, when do we have that check and balance with council again? And how do we know that that's linked back to an audit recommendation? I think is what I'm trying to understand.
So sorry, I just want to make sure. So you're looking for, what you'd like us to do is highlight when we're bringing forward something for recommendation that has that arose from an audit recommendation.
I'm out of time. I will come back for a third round. I will see if my colleague, but then I'll think about how I can clarify my words in my next round.
Just because Councillor Rutherford did bring up, it might have been one line or it might have been a separate service package in the budget. If it was something, if funds were required to meet and adhere to an audit requirement, why wasn't that included in just the base budget that was presented to council? Why would it be a separate service package?
So I don't want to speak for the auditor here, but I think often when they draft their recommendations, the recommendations are that we should look at and evaluate those like in this case, cost reduction and revenue generation opportunities. But I don't believe the recommendation was to implement them because there needs to be the ability for council to be able to choose whether you want to accept cost reductions that we evaluate or revenue enhancements that we evaluate. And so we can draw attention to the things that are coming from an audit report, but we wouldn't necessarily implement everything without coming to council to check in.
And if I may supplement that, the recommendation is really leading to thoughtful analysis around cost reduction opportunities. So without that thinking and research, you may not make the best decisions. So that's why the recommendation to go and develop a plan and think through these various alternatives and then see which ones you're going to implement.
But if administration accepted the recommendations, shouldn't they make sure that there's funding in place for it in order to carry out those recommendations? I just can't see why it would be a separate item in.
I think we
the budget.
accept the recommendations to take the work away and do the work. Then what comes from that work, not everything is always implemented depending on the decisions and choices that arise from that analysis.
And my other question is, why wouldn't council be on side with cost reductions and revenue generation?
Because sometimes those have service implications.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Matamambe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am seeking your guidance in approaching the overdue item that needs to be discussed in private.
So do we need to move into private then? Madam Clerk? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, that sounds good. So we'll move into private after Councillor Rutherford. Thank you.
Yeah, that is okay. Sure, thank you very much.
Sorry.
Go ahead, please, Councillor Rutherford.
I was like, wait a second. So just trying to reframe. I'm more focused right now on the process piece and making sure, that the feedback loops and the accountability mechanisms with the audit committee are sound. So that's where my thought process is, right? I completely understand the need to still bring things forward to council for approval, after an audit recommendation, after that thoughtful process has happened. But I think where I'm coming from right now is, and I've been in the audit committee now for almost a year and a half, and when I've seen recommendations closed, I'm like, yep, it's good, it's being implemented, it's running through. So when I'm hearing that it can be sometimes the start of the process, there's a gap to me between the start of the process and the finish of the process with somebody holding that accountability to get to the end. So I get that, okay, we've implemented the initial recommendation, but there's further work to do. So between that recommendation implementation and the further work to do, what's the accountability measure? Because I can't keep track of everything and say, oh, did that actually come back to council or not? Does that make sense? So that's what I'm struggling with right now. Does that help answer my, kind of where my process question is coming from?
Yeah, and if I may, let's look at the third social development recommendation, which is to evaluate activities and outcomes. Now, we're going to have to apply some judgment as to how long do we wait for the implementation, because as you know, outcomes can maybe be 10 years, especially in the realm of social programs. So our office has to make an assessment when we meet with administration to say, how far is enough to be able to conclude something has been done? So in this case, when you read some of the elements, they built up the framework, they're going to provide some reporting. At the end of the day, that reporting, I hope, will provide, council with some comfort that they're measuring for outcomes as well. So, at some point, you have to kind of put an end to some of these recommendations, because outcome-driven ones can take quite a while to follow up on.
Yeah, so let's stick with that social development example then for a second. So if I'm reading this correctly, it was, we need to evaluate, they need to better evaluate activities and outcomes. Completely understand. And from what I read here, it sounds like they developed a logic model. So that, you got the material, verified that there was a logic model with outputs and outcomes. Probably, as I know for many logic models, short, medium, and long-term outcomes. Correct?
Yep.
And then a system in place then to track those outputs and outcomes in one sort of centralized spot, which I'm guessing is that enterprise space is that we talk about later on today. Is that correct?
It could be, or it could be separate. I wouldn't have those details
Okay.
now, and
Okay,
yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to see the picture. And so we're satisfied with closing out this recommendation. Because that work, that sounds solid.
Yeah, and add the last sentence, which is a commitment to regularly report the results back to branch leadership. So you should have documentation evidence when they do a fuller evaluation.
Okay.
Now, again, if committee would like our audit office to wait a little bit longer to give you more evidence to confirm and corroborate this, I'd be happy to build that into our systems, but I would,
I don't think that's necessary. I think we don't need to overcomplicate something. Like, I think as I'm learning this process, I'm seeing the picture, but I still think that, is it then incumbent, so let's say things have been closed. So would it be prudent then for me now, as an auditor, a member of Audit Committee, to go back and look, let's say, 2 years ago, the recommendations that were closed, and come back to a future Audit Committee and say, or to administration and inquire about those and where they're at, if they haven't come back to council in any form?
in my experience, I don't see that as a process that happens very often in terms of following up 3, 4, 5 years later on outstanding
But you see,
recommendations.
if so, like with the social development one, I know I'm over time. I mean, can I have some latitude or no?
Go ahead.
'Cause I'll just
Otherwise,
re-sign up.
yes, I know.
The social development one, so there's short-term outcomes. And I know it says to report to leadership. So when they report to leadership, will they say that this is as a result of the audit then? Is that the mechanism that's missing? I just feel like I don't think it's a big thing. I just think it's a little thing that needs to be tweaked to make sure that that feedback loop and that connection with audit in the circle of work is happening. I don't know. Anyway, I'll mull on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Would you like to move that we go into private?
Go into private, subject to section, I don't have the,
I would suggest that it's probably 24, advice from officials, and 25, which I can't remember the exact wording. Just give me one
24.
moment.
okay.
I'll pull the act out. Disclosure, 25 is a disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body, so the other interests part.
A public body, okay, thank you.
I sent him a message as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Yeah, please vote. No?
No,
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Display the votes, please. That is carried.
We are back live in River Valley Room.
Thank you very much. And just give my colleagues a few minutes if they want to sign up to ask any more questions on item 7.1 and 7.2. Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
So just to confirm, if we accept this report for information, I'm still hearing commitment from the city auditor to provide a little bit more detail, because I do still have concerns. So for even, we talked about the social development one. I have seen many a great logic model sit on a shelf and not actually go anywhere, right? So like, I also still have questions about 1 and 2 in terms of these. So just if we accept for information, if that's a decision we make today to accept for information, there's commitment to still, whether it's in a memo or some other form, provide more insight into those, what the ongoing work that will be happening around these items?
Yes, and I think my apologies. Yes, the commitment was to get back to you at the next audit committee with more detailed information. And I think there is a team of folks who are vigorously capturing some of your questions and comments so that we can answer some of them.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That's all I need. So I guess I'll move receipt of information then.
Thank you very much. Any questions to speak? Oh, please vote.
Just to confirm, are we separating 7.1? So that was for 7.1, receipt of information?
7.1 and 7.2, I believe, together.
Okay, so we'll do the vote on both of them together?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Just give us a moment. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And I believe Councillor Rutherford might have a subsequent.
I do, and I apologize to the city clerk. I realized I'm in the audit committee chat, and I don't think you are in the audit committee chat.
I am. Just a moment.
So there's an audit committee chat, and then there's the council chat. So we had to create a separate one so that Mr. Matamambe is also included?
There might just be 2 then, and I'm not in the one. I don't have anything from you.
Yeah. So I will just, I'm trying to right now. Copy text. Yeah. It's not copying the right text. Okay, that worked this time, so I'll just read it in and then we can take a minute to get it up on the board and welcome any feedback on any changes. That city administration provide a report to committee on the 2023-2026 budget items that were both funded and unfunded related to city auditor recommendations.
And while the clerk gets that up, is any questions?
I can
Oh,
introduce-
sorry, introduce, yes, please.
So I think based on the conversation that we've had today, especially around the snow and ice, because I went back and I looked at the snow storage and it looks like it's part of a composite profile that was funded. I'm not sure if it ended up being removed. I don't remember an amendment. But I think there's other things too that it would just be a good check and balance to, if there's a supplemental budget adjustments coming up, if there is something related to audit that we didn't fund, that was a big oversight. I'd want to know about that sooner rather than later. And so I feel that this is a prudent way to make sure that we're creating that check and balance back to, and linking with the original audit committee recommendations. So that is why I put this motion forward.
Okay, I do have a question. So would that cover, like, any other audit recommendations that we've had in the past year or two, or is that just what was included in the budget package? Like, if there's items where an audit recommendation was completed in, let's say, early 2022, do we want to know if funding was ever put forward for that recommendation?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to know any ongoing work that was reliant, that was reliant on budget decisions to continue, linked with audit committee, is kind of what my intent is. So I don't know a time frame that would be ideal for that, because again, could there have been one that was closed out, let's say in 2020, that was ongoing work as per what was discussed, and it didn't make it into budget? Yes, so I don't want to miss that. Absolutely, but I just don't know how to put a time frame on that. Any advice from auditor or, oh, sorry, that's not my time. I apologize.
Would there be any way of tracking, maybe going back a year or two, as to where budget dollars would have been needed in order to follow through on the recommendations that were agreed to?
I think in general, where there is a budget requirement, we do bring that forward. I think with what's written on the screen, what I would take away from that is we'll go back and examine the 4-year budget and draw out anywhere where there may have been something that we didn't highlight as being necessary to close an audit recommendation. I think what we'll find is there might be dependencies, but not necessarily. Like, if we needed money to close an audit recommendation, we would bring that forward in the budget adjustment. I think what we're likely to find is things where we had some discretion about whether we were going to make the implementation, and that's what you're looking for us to draw out of the budget. So I would do it with just the 4-year. I think it would be difficult to go backwards.
Okay, so if something was in the 2019-2022 budget cycle that wasn't approved,
I also think we'll catch some of this with some of our Op 12 work, if I'm honest.
okay, that sounds good.
I think that the,
Councillor Rutherford, go for a second round?
yeah, just confirming, for me, my intent of this motion is to, if there was something that was an audit recommendation that wasn't included in the budget, I would want to know that as well.
The completeness side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We understand that. I don't think I need changes to the.
Okay, perfect.
All right, any other questions?
Just
Council-
wanted to confirm that we are going to use the 13-week bylaw due date for this, and that's confirmed to be okay with administration as well. Yes, okay.
Yes, doable? Yeah, perfect, okay, thank you. Councillor Rutherford, do you want to close? All right, let's vote, please.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And that finishes off 7-1, 7-2. And let's move on now to 7-3. And we have a presentation on that.
So we do have a brief presentation for you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. We're pleased to present our annual corporate risk profile and to discuss how we are using this information to ensure that we are able to continue delivering city services in the short and the long term. Identifying and analyzing and mitigating risk is a fundamental part of the responsible management. Our environment is extremely complex, and we need to have as clear an understanding as possible of what lies ahead in order to effectively plan and deliver on City Council's priorities and strategic goals. Preparing for contingencies and mitigating risks, we identify as the heart of our risk management approach. Based on the risk profile we have shared with you, we have integrated response actions, preparedness measures, and efforts to leverage risks into opportunities throughout corporate policies, procedures, strategic initiatives, projects, and continuous service improvement work. Next slide, please. Enterprise Risk Management, or ERM, is a well-developed service at the City of Edmonton. It is an essential part of our integrated business planning process and overall strategic planning framework. As part of administration's integrated planning work, ERM knits together the elements of performance, risk, and service delivery with budget and financial information to provide assurances that we can safely and effectively achieve our strategic goals while remaining accountable to Edmontonians. ERM at the City includes the following functions: assessing, tracking, and managing risks and their mitigation strategies, informing decision-making and resource allocation, and leveraging performance management data to determine mitigation effort effectiveness. Next slide, please. The ERM framework has identified 3 types of risks. Strategic risks are the risks that directly related to the building of the city. These involve strategic initiatives, actions, or priorities identified through the city's strategic documents Connect Edmonton, the City Plan, and the Corporate Business Plan. Typically, the City of Edmonton alone is not responsible for these outcomes, but they are shared with all sectors of the community. Service risks are risks that impact individual city business operations and could hinder the delivery of city services or city projects. Corporate operating risks are risks that inherently impact all aspects and are shared by all city business areas. Operating risks may result from ineffective or failed internal processes, people, systems, or external events that can disrupt the flow of business operations. Examples include emergency management, business continuity, occupational health and safety, cybersecurity, environment, corporate security, and legal liability. Next slide, please. We identify risks to ensure we can proactively take action and be in a position to achieve our desired strategic goals and council priorities without compromising Edmontonians' trust or the quality of our services. Risks exist and impact everything we do. Our work as a municipality is to identify and understand those risks for better planning and thoughtful decision making. The 8 risk categories within our ERM framework allow us to contextualize the types of risks that may impact each of our goals and priorities. The challenges facing major municipalities are complex, and many risk categories interconnect in their combined impact on our strategies. For example, the climate resilience goals and plans are impacted not only by the natural environment, but also impacted by financial risks in underfunding, adaptation, and renewal of existing city-owned infrastructure, public sphere risks in promoting overall participation and change in behavior to reduce our collective greenhouse gas emissions. Economic risks exist in viable and affordable energy transition solutions available and accessible for all residents and industry. And governance risks in ensuring that all levels of government are working in alignment with shared outcomes. Next slide, please. To identify emergent risks, we conduct research and e-scans annually to ensure we are aware of global, national, and regional trends. The World Economic Forum report is one key source for current trends as it provides the broadest global perspectives on risks. We actively participate in a community of practice with other major municipalities to share our experiences in risk management for information sharing, best practices, and continuous improvement. We also actively engage internal employees through business area leaders and specialized internal subject matter experts, many of whom are on our risk committee. These experts are from areas such as legal services, insurance and claims, emergency management, occupational health and safety, privacy and information access, Enviso, and cybersecurity. All risks are then assessed in a ranking system that considers the impact, frequency, and likelihood of each risk and their associated events. Finally, we analyzed the data collected through risk registers maintained by every business area in the city for information sharing and thoughtful decision-making. These steps collectively prevent us from being tunnel-visioned into only the Edmonton context and ensure that our biases are challenged and risks are calibrated. We'll talk more in a minute about the importance of mitigating risks once identified and assessed. Next slide, please. Risks are interconnected and span multiple areas to create combined impacts. Three main themes emerged from our assessment for 2023: economic prosperity and financial constraints, challenging political landscapes, and employee retention, satisfaction, and health. These themes provide a reminder of continued areas of focus for business areas to work towards implementing solutions, delivering service to residents, and future planning. Next slide, please. This visualization illustrates how the 17 strategic risks within the 8 categories identified interconnect and touch on the three main themes. Being aware of the complexity of these challenges allows the organization to be prepared and act with intention when working towards solutions. This further demonstrates the importance of integration and collaboration to break down siloed approaches to reaching shared goals and outcomes. Next slide, please. The risk scores are based on the residual risk level after action has been taken to prepare, mitigate, and respond to these uncertainties. The rating seen on this slide is arrived at by assessing the risks by probability of likelihood and potential level of impact on the organization, informed by the expertise of the city's business leaders and subject matter experts. It represents a healthy and manageable level of risk to the organization. The majority of the strategic risks are rated medium, which demonstrates the scale, complexity, and ambition of our city services to reach our long-term strategic goals and priorities. As the title suggests, effective risk management is about how we manage the risks we've identified. Mitigations, response actions, preparedness, and leveraging risks into opportunities are integrated through policy development, procedures, strategic initiatives and projects, and continuous service improvements. Detailed mitigations and responses are a part of each risk register with specific actions taken by the accountable business area. Some more complex challenges and initiatives have integrated solutions across multiple areas, such as the Community Safety and Wellbeing Framework, which demonstrates an integrated multi-pronged approach through collaboration with other agencies, not-for-profit organizations, and other orders of government. Climate change adaptation and energy transition works across multiple areas to leverage the use of policy and economic stimulation programs, as well as infrastructure and equipment upgrades like solar panels and electric buses. Next slide, please. The World Economic Forum report validates that governments and businesses across the world are facing similar uncertainties. Globally, for the short term, there's a strong focus on the high cost of living, societal issues, and polarization, plus the impacts of geopolitical instability. Climate change pressures continue to be felt in the short term and the long term and dominate the top 5 risks. This reinforces the need for action today in order to take the necessary steps to curb the long-term impacts. Next slide, please. This concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that information. And just waiting for my colleagues to sign up. Councillor Salvador? Or do we have any committee members? Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you for this report. It's very comprehensive, lots of information to take in. I liked your weave diagram to show, the cascading and interconnected nature of a lot of these things. Was I right in understanding when you presented that the mitigation actions were factored in the rating score? So, for example, I'm just looking at the high inflation, increased costs of service and materials, and the rating score is high. Is that after the financial controls, reporting, et cetera, have been implemented, or are we anticipating that goes down if we do those mitigation controls?
It is included now, but we also anticipate it will go down with future controls, depending on what happens, in the broader outside of our control spectrum.
That one is really top of mind for me, and I know both from the organization and the community perspective. I guess, how do council decisions impact risk sometimes? So for example, let's think about the affordability. Is there ways that we could be making decisions to mitigate that or exacerbate it? For example, I know, you know, we're kind of at our debt limit, so I'm guessing that's not help. That doesn't help our risk. Can we, what, as a councillor, what do I need to consider in helping the corporation manage this risk?
So I think all council decisions can either help or at times, I don't want to say hinder, but each of council's decisions has consequences and are things that we need to think about in terms of risks. As our job as administration is to try and bring you a balanced approach so that you understand the risks, and we try to do that through things like the budget. But there will be actions, and I would say even this round of the budget, when we're looking forward, as you make decisions and what you implement in Op 12 will have an impact that will potentially be favorable in that it can allow the redirection of funding to address other risks. Or if there are certain things that you are not interested in doing, it may increase the pressures, which may then elevate the risk in other places.
Yeah, it's really interesting, for sure. One of the things I didn't see in here, and maybe it's kind of rolled into, I'll just stay with the affordability one, is supply chain. Do we foresee in the short term supply chain issues continuing to be an issue, or are they improving? What's that forecasting look like?
I think we're still anticipating issues in supply chain, but it's very much dependent on different aspects of the supply chain. So while we're seeing improvement in some areas, we're still seeing continued issues in other areas.
Okay, and then my last question is really around, you know, there's a lot of unknowables. I think about one thing that really stood out to me in the report was the last risk report was done right before the pandemic. And so like there's what you can know and then what is unknowable. And so I guess my question is, how do we best create the conditions of resiliency as a corporation? And are we doing that, or what more could we be doing around that?
I think that's where our Risk Advisory Committee really comes into play. You know, they're subject matter experts that are monitoring what's happening in the world and in their own space. And so when we bring all of that together, then I think we're in a much better position to do as best we can to anticipate. I don't think any of us anticipated the pandemic, of course, to be what it ended up being. You know, and then we continue to work through our actions and our responses to make sure that we are putting policies and procedures in place to be as responsive. You know, using the pandemic as an example, you know, I think there's been a lot of lessons learned from that, you know, let's hope another one doesn't come anytime soon. But, you know, how would you respond to a similar unknown? And so I think we get better each time, but I really do think our Risk Advisory Committee is key in that, as well as our business industry stakeholders.
Yeah, but I think about even with that, there was, you know, discussion about the use of the Financial Stabilization Reserve prior to the pandemic, and there was, luckily council decided not to use it, which was great. So how do we make sure we're really safeguarding some of those things that give us that resiliency in times of strife, I guess is my question.
Yeah, and I think I'll maybe see if Stacey wants to follow up on this, but I think that as she was talking about bringing the balanced approach to you, that's part of, you know, our role is to make sure that we are presenting, you know, a balanced approach to you in how we see the budget coming forward, or what we think about in terms of future planning, or how far and how fast, which are the decisions that you will all make. But that's where I think we can try to help mitigate that. I don't know, Stacey, if you want to add.
All of those things are informed by risk, but one of the things that we try to do from a financial standpoint is embed processes that allow us to manage those risks. So when we look at the Financial Stabilization Reserve, every 3 years we're doing a risk-based review of that reserve, updating the risks and the likelihood, determining whether the amount that we've set aside is sufficient in order for us to be able to mitigate risks in the short term, and allowing a window of opportunity for us to be able to respond to anything else that happens.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you. I've been giving lots of leeway with our 5 minutes time today, so just please be cognizant of the time that's left. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in this report, I wasn't really that surprised to see inflation being a high risk, but I was a little bit surprised about the intergovernmental being that high. It's still within medium, but that high of a risk, because that's something I feel that we actually have some more control of. So a concern of mine is the mitigating actions. They seem maybe a little too polite. Is there something stronger that council can do to ensure that we have better intergovernmental relations?
Okay, Catherine's on her way up. I see. I do think like what we're seeing is and we saw some of this through the budget, and so I'll just offer this opening comment while Catherine comes up here, but that there's some polarization that we are seeing when we bring budgets forward, kind of a dichotomy of views that make it difficult for us to know what the right way to respond is in the current political environment that seems to be worse than it was pre-pandemic.
I think what we're addressing here is the unknowns of a relationship-based approach to intergovernmental relations when things are likely to change. We've got a strong Team Edmonton approach, which is comprised of our administrative approach and our council approach. And our GR plan is robust, but the political sands are shifting.
Okay. Yeah, I just would like to know what personally I can do as a councillor to encourage and to have a better relationship to help in our...
So we've been working with individual councillors to support them in their own intergovernmental relations. I'm more than happy to do that individually with you, councillor.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. That's it for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Just, I guess, following up on that, you've indicated, or you said that things might be changing. Should we also not be taking the approach, what if things don't change?
Certainly our government relations thinking anticipates status quo and change. So we're looking at it completely dimensionally. It would be, I would argue, folly to do otherwise.
Okay. Okay. So not burning any bridges or anything like that.
And in fact, our administrative relationships are scrupulously neutral and must remain so.
Perfect. Great. So now, just going back, out of the 17 risks that are identified, I think only a couple of them are related to environment. And I just find that surprising, and especially I guess the relationship that those environmental risks do have on things like our financial and economic risks as well. How is that so far down the line, or only two of them, and they're really not, I don't think, all that related to the climate crisis that we're in?
And so maybe just before I pass it to Kim, I would say that, so there's two labeled environment, but if you look at number 9 on infrastructure, it's about climate change adaptation. So there is that interconnectivity where elements of environmental risk appear in some of the other risk statements.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. And just to add on that, when you look at that World Forum report as well, so in our immediate short term, there's other risks that are a higher factor in the short term, but you see that environmental risk creep up in the 10-year horizon. So the actions we're taking today will start to help mitigate that, and you'll likely see that risk climb over the near future in our broader environment.
Okay, thank you. And just relating to Councillor Rutherford's question in regards to comments about the pandemic and that, with the auditor, are we going to be getting an audit on how we managed through the pandemic? when it's finally over?
I can tell you we've done a lessons learned exercise internally, but I believe your question is actually for the internal auditor.
So the work plan for 2023 does not include a review of the pandemic response and lessons learned. We, in conversations with administration, realized that they're doing a big review on their own, and to have us in there might be a bit redundant.
Okay, so that's something that can maybe look ahead for Work Plan 2024, or would there be a need for it, given the work that administration is already doing? Sort of a lessons learned?
I would surmise, without having the full study being done by administration, that it might be a bit early to commit to an audit in 2024, because if administration does a fantastic job and identifies a bunch of recommendations that make sense, again, to me, it's, the value that the Office of City Auditor can bring with 15 or 16 FTEs and where its focus should be.
Okay, so they can do your work for you, right? And then you don't have to worry about it.
Well, that's the idea around, I think Mr. Madamame would reflect on kind of the 3 lines of defense. If administration does a good job, if there's a good second line of defense, you know what, internal audit becomes a 3rd line of defense that comes after the fact.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm done with my questions. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the report. I just wanted to ask some questions about the 2-year and 10-year risk profiles. And when I look at the list for 10 years, yeah, it's very, very clear that the vast majority of them are related to climate change. And when I was reading this, I was actually reminded of a report that came to Executive Committee, I think it was in November, around climate resilience mitigation and some of the priority projects. And it was estimated, I think, that the direct annual cost could be like $1 billion by 2050, 4.1 billion by 2080. And something that I'm reflecting on is, we went through the budget process. I believe 60 million annually is needed in order to implement our adaptation strategy. How were these risks reflected in the budget process, sort of in that recommended budget, and where are we at in terms of mitigating those risks based on the tools that we as a municipality have, recognizing that we need intergovernmental buy-in for these types of large-scale risks?
So we started our planning back in January of last year, and so the risks were part of that integrated planning process where we took all of our programs and services through a number of activities to get to the budget outcome that you saw in December. And so as we go forward, I think we'll need to take a look at, with the results of the budget and the decisions that were made at that time, how does that have an impact as we go forward through this year? So I don't know that you'll see dramatic change in a year in a space such as this, but we should start to see that some of the decisions that were made at budget time and again throughout the year and some of the actions that are being taken in 2023 will have an impact as we go forward. Again, it's a longer term horizon, as you know, on the environmental side.
How are we measuring the gap between sort of current actions and investments and what is called for in order to actually mitigate these types of risks? Sort of that delta between what we know we need to be doing to mitigate them and what we're actually doing today. And I guess, is that something we track? How do we have that conversation?
So I think that is something, so I'm probably not the right person to answer this. I would probably need someone from our environmental office, from UPE to do this answer justice. But I think like through our energy transition strategy and through the different plans that we have, that's where we'll measure the progress. I think the carbon budget is a piece of that. I think when you look at all of that, combined with the entire corporation and what we have to deliver as a city, I think what you saw this budget is what you're seeing in this World Economic Forum risk report is there was also a need to consider the financial impact to citizens. And so all of those things come through in the budgeting process. But those strategic plans and the carbon budget will, over time, measure what that gap is and help us to close that gap.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And then maybe just one more question. As I was reading through this report, there was sort of this theme where I was recognizing the existence of, a number of the risks that were pointed out, potential strategies to mitigate them, and then understanding that, the budget is one of our primary tools to implement them, yet we are limited in our capacity to do so. And the infrastructure deficit, I think, is a really good example of that. We know that we're underfunding renewal, and that we're falling behind. I guess, is it a matter of sort of setting expectations around our capacity to deal with this risk? I just see that there are sort of real limitations to our ability as a municipality alone to tackle some of these risks.
Yeah, and I think that's where you see the interconnectivity that we talked about, right? So there's other levels of government that are involved there. There's other industries within our own organization. So what you see on attachment 2 is just sort of one mitigating action or two for each. Each branch does a very thorough job through their risk register process on identifying other actions that we can be taking. So I do think there is a bit of an expectation setting for sure, but it comes into how we're collaborating with all of our other partners and stakeholders to achieve some of these ones that are outside of just the city's realm of control.
Right. And then just really quickly, when it comes to those types of longstanding risks that we know are going to be present for years to come, like climate-related risks, like our infrastructure deficit, I mean, from a strategic perspective and from a budgeting perspective, would it be helpful to have, like, stable, predictable funding or proper dedicated funding pools for these types of risks that we know are ever present, instead of leaving it up to sort of the unpredictability of 4-year budget cycles?
So I think my answer to that would always be, yes, of course, it's always necessary to have stable and predictable funding. I think our ongoing challenge is, where should that stable and predictable funding come from, and what level of that burden should be placed at the municipal level versus the provincial level versus the federal level. And we're always cautious and mindful that the approach that we take to climate is something that we can control and that we can impact a difference at the municipal level.
Right. Great. Thank you so much for those answers.
Thank you very much. Mr. Manabampe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 3 follow-up questions, so I'll try and break it down. On the emerging risks identification process, do you also take a step back and compare yourselves with other cities of similar size? Just to make sure that you're capturing everything that's pertinent?
We do. We have, through the community of practice and then also through some of our benchmarking, we do take a look at what other municipalities are identifying. And then as the 2 reports referenced there, the World Economic Forum and the international report as well.
Okay. And with this, how do the strategic risks for 2023 compare with what we had for 2022? Do we see any elevated risks coming through that are new, or is it mostly stable?
I think for the most part, it's stable. The high inflation and the increased costs, I think, continue to escalate. But I think the rest of them, they go up and down a point or two. But generally, we've seen the bulk of these risks have been in the medium profile, but not a lot of brand new or things falling off either.
Okay. And then I couldn't exactly see where, 2 risks that, I seem to come across as I read through your financials and your planning, strategic plans. I didn't see where your capital projects are following in, and, your cybersecurity, where it kicks in as well. Do you address it differently, or is it just not one of your top risks?
They are both in here. I would just have to take a minute to figure out exactly where, but both of them are in here. Cybersecurity is certainly one that we've got top of mind, tends to be covered more in private in our publications. And the capital projects is in the financial risk.
Okay. So
one of the financial risks, sorry.
Okay, so you believe you've adequately covered them off? So you believe you've adequately covered them off?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you for that. And then a question for the city auditor. Does your overall 2023 internal audit plan also respond to these strategic risks, or is it something that you're only considering for the subsequent year?
A very good audit office will always incorporate enterprise risk management and the mitigation strategies to say, do we have the controls or initiatives to manage risk, and then giving audit committee assurance. So I did flip through the list, and we have environmental and climate, of which we have 2 audits in 2023. There was a lot of conversation in this document around capital projects, capital investment. We have 2 audits ongoing right now around capital projects, lessons learned, and capital asset management, which you spoke to earlier. Organization, culture, and support services, we're doing a D&I audit, and that ties into healthy workforce. And there's some content in here around cybersecurity, data. Specifically, we're doing a data governance audit, and we're doing a cybersecurity audit. So when I step back at around 30,000 feet and go, has this office looked at some of the key risks that the organization is facing? I would argue that yes. And as you know, as a chief audit executive, what keeps you up at night is really not covering the risk areas that an organization is exposed to.
Yeah, thank you for your response.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? No? Would someone like to move the recommendation and the reports? Councillor Rutherford, you selected? Mr. Matamambe, would you like to move the recommendations and the reports?
Yeah, I do so move, the recommendations for receipt of information.
Thank you very much. And any questions? Speak to it. And Councillor Principe would like to speak to it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the intergovernmental relations, because again, that was something that I found concerning to me, because that is something that is within our control and something that we need to do better on. No matter which party is in government, it is our responsibility and our duty to work with them, collaborate with them, all levels of the government, in order to do what's best for all Edmontonians. So that is something that I will personally be working on, but I would like to ask all my colleagues to just take that to heart, that is something that we could be working on as a whole together to make a better relationship. That is something that is within our control. So thank you for giving me the chance to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Mr. Matamambe, did you want to close? Oh, and Councillor Rutherford, I should have known.
Sorry, I wasn't going to speak, but I think I feel like I need to respond to Councillor Principe. I don't disagree, but I also think it's not through lack of effort as well that the relationship is tenuous. Just the other day, a UCP candidate who is a former councillor, put on a social post about 15-minute cities spreading misinformation. It's really hard for me to imagine working with people that are intentionally causing harm, not just to community, but to my safety as an individual, as an elected official. And there's a delta between, collaboration and compromise requires all people to come to the table. And I think about the task force and the harm that was caused with that. It was a complete example of not wanting to work with us. That's the message that I absolutely got. So it's really hard. I don't disagree with you. I think it's important to be clear that I don't know the path forward. As somebody that's worked in collaborations field for a long time, I do not see the willingness or the desire to find that collaborative sweet spot with some of the other orders of government right now. And I don't, say a lot of, overt things on social media, but my patience is wearing quite thin, quite frankly, too. And so I take to heart that it's a risk, but I am not sure that there are mitigation measures. I'm less convinced that there's mitigation measures that we can do that we haven't already tried. We have a mayor that has tried tirelessly to meet with the premier about many things and is not getting that meeting, as an example. So to me, it is what it is. It's good to know the risks. Happy to always do my part, but I also don't want to take full ownership of that broken relationship. I am not willing to. Thank you.
I'll just speak briefly. I mean, the overall, thank you both for bringing out, I think, as far as intergovernmental relations, I think we can only do what we can do and do the best that we can in creating those bridges. As far as the overall annual risk profile reports, I thank administration and the auditor for completing it. And I will ask Mr. Madamambe if he has any closing words.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, extend the thank you to the administration for the good presentation and the city auditor for, also providing context on the audit side. I have no further comments.
Thank you very much. And we will vote on the recommendation to receive for information.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We will now move on to item 7.4. And that was selected by Councillor Principe. Just let administration get into place for their presentation.
And we do have a brief presentation, if that's all right.
Yes, please.
So joining me is Harm Rai, who you know is the branch manager of financial services, Oliver Zaycock, who's a finance director in financial and corporate services, and with us today is Felicia Muthierde, the corporate economist. I'll pass it to Harm.
Thanks, Stacey. So good morning, members of Audit Committee. We're here today to provide a brief presentation and discuss the expenditure growth of civic department budgets compared to population and inflation. This report is written in response to the discussion of the City Financial Condition Update Report at the October 21st, 2022 Audit Committee meeting. During that meeting, Audit Committee requested a breakdown of spending increases by department as a percentage compared to inflation plus population percentages for the period 2012 to 2022. So included in the report, there's 3 attachments. Attachment 1 provides the net budgeted expenditures by department, board, and authority as of December 31st of each year from 2012 to 2022. Also included are the inflation and population growth percentages over this same time period. Attachment 2 provides brief summarized explanations at the department level for large fluctuations in expenditures. So as you can imagine, there are various reasons for changes in expense budgets over a 10-year period. So in this analysis, we focused on the larger dollar value fluctuations. And lastly, attachment 3 provides graphical illustrations of net budgeted expenditures by department compared to inflation and population. Next slide. So it's important to set some context in order to better understand the historical data provided in the report. The budgeted data is comprised of net adjusted budget expenditures at the end of each year. This should not be equated to the net operating requirement by department, as the data does not include department-specific revenues, such as user fees. Similarly, the percentage change in expenditure budgets year over year should not be equated to equivalent tax levy increases, as again, the analysis does not include department-specific revenues, general corporate revenues, and assessment growth, which all play a key role in the calculation of the tax levy requirement for the year. Population source data is generated from Statistics Canada and Alberta Treasury Board. Estimates are provided from 2019 to 2021. Inflation source data is taken from various sources, including the Municipal Price Index, Conference Board of Canada, and City of Edmonton. Our corporate economist, Felicia, is here today to answer any questions you may have related to population growth and inflation. Over the last 10 years, there have been various organizational changes implemented to adapt service delivery to changing environments. These organizational changes are usually cost neutral or generate net tax savings, but they're very challenging to track retroactively at the individual department level. This is especially true when these adjustments are impacting parts and sections of previous branches or programs. So as a result, the historical data is impacted to some degree when assessing the expenditure fluctuations across the departments. That being said, the general trend information over the longer term is still a reasonable assessment of the real changes in expenditures. Attachment 2 to the report provides high-level explanations for expenditure fluctuations at the department level. So you can refer to that attachment for more detail on the department-specific changes. To supplement that, there are a few other key considerations when assessing changes in expenditures for civic departments. So as you know, our budgets are greater than 50% personnel related. Salary settlements and personal inflation, including cost of living adjustments, are strong drivers of budgeted expenditure growth, as well as the addition of new or enhanced services through service packages. Previous decisions on fiscal policy have also impacted budget expenditures. So this can be best illustrated with a few examples. In 2014, the fleet business model underwent a transformation from an enterprise model to a tax-supported area. As a result, fleet-related costs that were once recovered from tax-supported areas such as transit, fire rescue, parks and roads, were removed from those branches and reallocated to one spot within the fleet and facilities branch within city operations. Also in 2021, Council approved the recovery of fire protection costs from EPCOR utility buildings over 22 to 23. This resulted in $12.4 million in fire protection costs being removed from the fire rescue services branch over those years. Capital budget funding decisions often have downstream growth impacts to operating budgets, primarily in city operations, community services, and fire rescue services. Examples of significant operating impacts of capital over the last 10 years include growth in roads, parkland, and transit networks and related infrastructure. New facilities brought online during this period include the Terwilliger Community Recreation Center, the expanded Commonwealth Community Recreation Center, Meadows Community Rec Center, Clairview Community Rec Center, and Lewis Farms Fire Station and Windermere Fire Station. You will also notice that the corporate program section is a large contributor to budget expenditure growth. So corporate program holds the expenditure budget for debt servicing related to borrowings used to finance our capital budget. With the expansion of our capital program and a larger portion of it being financed with debt in more recent years, there has been an increase in debt servicing costs. Furthermore, dedicated levies have been established to fund specific capital initiatives, including Valley Line LRT, neighborhood renewal, and alley renewal, which are all budgeted within corporate programs. Next slide. So taking a closer look at the department expenditures trends compared to inflation, we will first start with the civic departments, and then later on I will layer on corporate programs on the next slide. So on this slide, we assess the expenditures for civic departments, excluding corporate programs for now. The chart on the left shows annual changes, which are also included in attachment 3 of the report. And the chart on the right shows the same data reflected on a cumulative basis over 10 years. During 2015 to 16, civic growth was significantly larger. This was primarily driven by operating impacts of increased investment in capital programs. Examples include the opening of the Meadows and Clairview Rec Centers and the Lewis Farms, Pilot Sound, and Windermere Fire Stations. In addition, approved service level increases contributed to budgeted growth over this period, including transit peak period late night services, increased planning and development service levels, and snow and ice policy changes. The downtown CRL was also established during this time, which increased base budget net expenditures between 2015 to 2017. In 2020 and 2021, a significant focus and effort was taken to reduce expenditure budgets to limit the tax increases in those years. So for example, in 2021, expenditures were reduced by close to $33 million through civic departments to limit the tax increase to 1.3%. In 2021, Council approved no tax increase. This required approximately $46 million in expense reductions through the civic departments. So from a cumulative perspective, so the chart on the right of the screen, we see that the collective growth in civic departments was generally consistent with population and inflation growth, and overall have increased at a slightly lower rate than population and inflation over the past 10 years. Next slide. So looking at the trending information, this slide compares the growth of civic departments and now we've layered on corporate programs with population and inflation over the last 10 years. The graph on the left compares annual increases, and again, the graph on the right shows the cumulative impact. As with the previous slide, similar trends can be seen over the last 10 years, with 2014 and 16 being particular outliers. This was primarily driven by operating impacts of increased investment in the capital program. During this period, debt servicing budgets, dedicated levies, and a pay-as-you-go transfer to capital all increased. You will notice that in the annual graph on the left, there are more years where civic departments and corporate program annual increases are greater than inflation. This is largely due to budgeted expenditure increase in corporate programs. As you saw on the previous slide, civic departments were largely in line or below inflation and population growth on an annual basis. Again, the increase in corporate programs were largely due to budget increases related to the growth in the capital program, including increased debt servicing cost, dedicated levies to support and dedicated levies to support the capital program. Further details on changes in corporate programs are included in attachment 2 to the report. The growth in corporate programs greater than inflation and population growth on an annual basis result in cumulative growth over the 10-year period from 2012 to 2021 that was also greater than inflation and population growth over the same time period, as shown on the chart on the right. So that concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And Councillor Principe, I think you selected. You're going to go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have a question about the boards and commissions. The number on the bottom, boards and commissions percent increase in attachment 1 is 0.02%. You see where I am?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
following, yeah.
Great. Thanks. So, what is that? What is that actual number reflective of? Because if you add up all the numbers, it doesn't come out to 0.02%. Is that reflective of the cities?
So that is the Councillor, and Oliver may be able to help help out here as well, but I think that's the annual increase in the requisitions we give to the boards and authorities. So the change from 2020 to 2021, or sorry, 2021 to 2022, overall on a net basis was 0.02%.
Okay, so that's from going from 2021 to 2022. Okay.
Correct.
So that's the increase, the percentage increase year over year.
That's correct.
And
yeah.
that's a compounding increase.
That's the annual change. So that's the annual percentage change over 21, 2022. And if you look through each of the boards and authorities, you can tell the components of which ones increased and which ones decreased.
Right, because if you look at something like Heritage Council from 2021 was 14.72% to 9.62%. It looks like a significant decrease, but when you look at all the previous years added up, it's really not. And, you know, the charts that you showed us, the population and inflation versus boards and commissions, I didn't see a cumulative graph of that. Did you have one?
We didn't include a cumulative graph on the boards and authorities in the report or the presentation. But I just wanted to clarify one thing on the Heritage Council. So those numbers you referenced, the 14.72%, that's the annual change. So that's the increase in 2021. And then there was a further increase of 9.62% in 2022. So it's the annual increase. Yeah, and sorry, we did not include a cumulative impact for the boards and authorities, but definitely something we can provide if you would like.
I kind of would like to see that, yeah, if you don't mind. Thank you.
We would just provide that by memo, if that's okay.
That's perfect, yeah, thank you. And then another question, something like Arts Habitat or Edmonton Screen Industry, that wouldn't be a part of this work, is that correct?
So they wouldn't be included as a board and commission, but if there was any grants or any payments that were giving to those organizations, they would be included within the department that's allocating those grants. They would be included as part of their expenditures.
Okay, good. That's what I was wondering where that was. Okay. Those were the only questions for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Principe and Mr. Matamambe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the presentation. It provided, really good context onto the cost increases. When I look at the cumulative charts for the population and inflation versus civic charts, it kind of leaves me wondering whether or not, the argument that's being put forward still holds. What's your overall assessment of that?
Sorry, can I just get clarification on the question?
I am struggling to understand whether we are still putting forward, the argument that there is a correlation between population and inflation growth versus, civic department's cost increases. Is that still your assessment?
So I would say that it's not really an argument that we're trying to make. As a budgeting practice, often what we try to do is limit our increases to population plus inflation. It's a bit of a budget principle that we follow. And I think in response to the previous motion, what we're just trying to illustrate is cumulatively, in general, the departments, the civic expenditures have followed that pattern, and where we've seen the growth in our budgets outpace population inflation, they've related to things that are an extension of service and the provision of more capital. So dedicated levies for LRT, debt servicing for buildings which enhance the service to the city.
Oh, and thanks for that clarification. So essentially, the understanding is that there's a clear identification of what's driving, the outgrowth, so to speak, if in the event that, the costs have actually outpaced the population growth and inflation.
Yeah, like I think, because it's a look back, what we're just trying to illustrate is why our growth has outpaced population inflation and where that growth is identified.
Okay. And is there any strategy that's in place right now to make sure that, at least where there is, higher costs, they are being actually actively managed as well to try and bring them in line with population inflation growth, or is this something that just cannot happen?
No, I think we always, when doing budgets, we're always trying to manage or follow that general guiding principle of managing budgets within population and inflation, truly understanding where our growth is, knowing that an increase might be higher if we are adding to the services that we're providing, but we're mindful to manage these costs, whether we do it through personnel expenditures and ensuring that collective bargaining agreements reflect the economics of the current environment, whether it is the addition of a service, making sure that we're performing that service in a level that is consistent with council's expectations while still trying to implement it as efficiently as possible. And if I can just add, Harm's just going to add one more thing.
I just wanted to just provide a good example here. When we were looking at our overall expenditures, as Stacey mentioned, that is where we saw the increase was in costs related to the capital program, the operating impacts of those. And so for years, we had an infrastructure deficit. So a bit of this was, I don't know if I want to say intentional, but it was, we did ramp up our capital activities, our transfers to capital, our debt program to take care of some of those infrastructure deficits. So that's why you'll see that kind of, that spike that caused us to go above population and inflation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Councillor Principe, do you want to move the report?
Yes, I will receive the report for information, please.
Thank you. Anyone to speak? Closing remarks, Councillor Principe?
No, I just wanted to say that I look forward to seeing the graph and that will be coming by memo. So thank you for that. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's vote on that, please.
We're just waiting on one vote. Councillor Rutherford, we just don't have your vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Display the votes, please. That is carried. And now we will move on to item 7576. And we have a presentation, I'm sure?
You betcha, Councillor.
Awesome, thank you.
All right. In May of 2018, the city established a performance measurement framework to prioritize, measure, report, and improve performance relative to the programs and services the city delivers. This initiative is led by the Service Innovation and Performance Branch, or SIP. There are various departments, as more so the strategic directors within those departments, who support the implementation of the framework. The city also uses a software to collect more than 1,000 performance measures that are being captured throughout the organization. Our audit objective was to look at whether SIP and the various departments have implemented an effective performance measurement system. Next slide, please. So when we looked at the framework itself, it was aligned with some very good practices that one would expect to see in a framework. We also tested some of the measures and concluded that the samples that we selected were SMART: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. However, we highlight 3 findings in our report. Number 1 is really around monitoring and upkeep of the data that's in the system. We found that SIP is not monitoring the various departments to ensure the consistent and complete implementation of the EPM framework. We also observed that various departments have developed measures, but the upkeep, specifically targets and actual results achieved, are not consistently being inputted into the software. I think the question one would pose is, if we don't know this information, it becomes hard to make decisions on performance. Our second finding is around reporting. Per the framework, reporting should be provided internally and externally to various stakeholders, designed to enhance transparency and accountability. However, we found only a limited number of measures are being reported on the public online dashboard. Our last finding is really around evaluation. A very critical element of any performance measurement system is evaluation, which consists of 3 questions. What happened? What caused the results? And what actions should we take to correct? And that goes with performance measures that go up or down. It's the same mindset that you have to have. We found that most departments generally did not conduct this analysis, which is critical to improving performance. So I'd like to thank the SIP branch, the various department staff that were engaged with this audit, and of course, the audit team for their collaboration and work on this audit.
That's it? We don't have a final slide that says questions?
I think administration usually gives it a go before we go into the questions.
Would you like us to move on to our presentation?
Yes, please, then.
Okay. So thank you for the opportunity to provide some background about the city's enterprise performance management system. It's a cornerstone of our strategic planning framework and fundamental to the transparency for Edmontonians. We've grown and developed our system significantly since it was introduced in 2018. In particular, we've made some significant progress since the time period covered by this audit. Next slide, please. Administration appreciates that the auditor concluded that the EPM framework is well designed and aligns with good practice. And we agree with the 4 recommendations in the report and have been working on all of them since the commencement of the audit. Staff in the Service Innovation and Performance Branch, which we refer to as SIP, are the in-house experts in performance management and have been providing guidance and training to the departments. We've also made important progress in improving the performance measurement software application that we used in the early years of this initiative. That system was cumbersome and not necessarily well suited to our needs, and while most measures were being collective, we acknowledge that not all were entered into the system. Our new system is performing better and our staff training is ongoing. While many of our business areas have sophisticated performance measures, we continue to work with others to refine theirs. Next slide, please. This timeline tells a story of our evolution of our performance management system. We developed the EPM policy in April of 2018. The initial plan was to activate the policy in a phased approach, with phase 1, the pilot, from Q3 to Q4 in 2018, phase 2, the implementation in Q1 through Q4 of 2019, and phase 3, the operationalization from Q1 2020 onwards. The COVID-19 pandemic meant that much of administration's efforts and attention were focused on supporting the community response and recovery, which took some of the focus off this initiative for parts of 2020 and into 2022. It's important to highlight that the work of EPM did continue throughout the pandemic and was refined and is still continuing to be refined. Since then, we've refined and standardized the numbers of measures that are reported from over 1,200 to now about 500. We've developed a user manual for employees and leadership to support the introduction of the new software, along with guidance on how to select measures and analyze reporting results. We've focused on improving the alignment of EPM with planning and budgeting, where every branch has contributed measures with service-related targets to these plans, and will be the basis of our regular leadership performance conversations throughout the year. And we're continuing to work to implement a new integrated EPM software system to act as a repository for operational, corporate, strategic, and community measures and indicators. While the EPM team was fully formed in the middle of 2021, I'm struggling with the years today, we are able to relaunch the EPM program more formally. The phased approach to policy activation has resumed, and refreshed efforts are focused on phase 3, the operationalize phase, with a renewed focus on reporting and improving uptake and maturity of the program across all departments. Current work in this phase, which is outlined in administration's response, is ensuring integration, not just alignment, with our planning and our budgeting cycles. This work has already demonstrated concrete results. Upon the approval of budgets in December, departments began to develop and finalize their business plans, and each branch contributed measures with service-related targets to these plans. I'll now pass it to Kim Matheson to take us through the rest of the presentation.
Hello. Connect Edmonton, created by Edmontonians, sets out the vision for Edmonton's future, outlined through 4 strategic goals. These goals are not something the city is solely responsible for, but reflect the collaboration and efforts of all sectors in the community. Are developed community indicators to monitor change and the collective impact over time, and are therefore not designed in all cases to have a target. These can be used by businesses, organizations, stakeholders, and government to build our city together. The city plan guides us through the choices the city will make to achieve the vision by setting out strategic and transformative actions. Strategic and corporate measures are set to track progress. The corporate business plan and department plans make the vision happen in bite-sized chunks between 1 and 4 years. These also have corporate level and operational measures attached. We make the top-level measures from Connect Edmonton and the city plan easily available to Edmontonians through an online dashboard, which we are about to re-release. We also report measures in a variety of publications. The primary report is the EPM performance report that we first released to Council on October 31st of last year. Other publications include the Community Safety Wellbeing Report, Safer for All Interim Report, Transit Center Security Measures, Transit Mode Share, Connect Edmonton's strategic goal of Healthy City as a few examples. Next slide, please. Most departments have been regularly tracking and reporting measures. Our main challenge has been how we use our reporting software. The analysis of using the original EPM software data to illustrate the use of EPM processes and tools was based on information from Q1 2022, just before we began the transition to the new EPM software system. The focus of the transition effort was to import measures that showed the activity beyond their first entry into the EPM software. We considered these to be one of the most relevant to business areas since they took the time to update and add their data sets. After the analysis and transition were completed, there were approximately 500 measures in the new EPM software. These will be complemented with approximately 125 measures included in the forthcoming department business plans, allowing us to begin applying performance management practices such as leadership conversations to a more manageable and more up-to-date set of performance measures. Of these new relevant indicators and measures, not all will have targets, especially if they are community indicators or trends. Assessing and addressing these are part of the activities presented in our response to the auditor's recommendations. Using the new system will mean better integration with other city data resources and repositories that use the same platform, such as Open Data Portal. And by presenting data in the new platform through a services-based, not just department lens, the solution will be less affected by structural changes to the city's departments. Work will continue to bring all departments under the same EPM software platform and to share the results with Edmontonians. Next slide, please. Most of the actions addressing the recommendations are already underway and will roll out in the first half of this year. These will be synchronized with planning activities that are about to begin. There are three main streams of work to address the audit recommendations. Implementing the framework is about integrating the EPM framework with our planning and budgeting frameworks and cycles to generate relevant performance-related measures and targets. Performance analysis is about applying performance management practices such as leadership conversations on results to measurements developed during planning. SIP will monitor and report on the software system, use, target setting, and leadership conversations. Reporting on measures involves improving regular reporting to leadership within administration and to City Council and Edmontonians using the EPM software system and a variety of dashboards and reports. Next slide, please. Lastly, I would like to preview what Council and Edmontonians will see from our enterprise performance management system on an ongoing basis. The reporting approach will have three components, working together to present a holistic view of performance within the corporation and across the community. First, to ensure transparency and ease of access to Edmontonians, we will release the improved dynamic dashboards shortly that will present the latest results as they become available. These include reporting community-level, strategic, and corporate results. Second, the annual performance report will continue highlighting results for high-impact and priority initiatives, along with qualitative context and storytelling. This report will complement ongoing reporting that occurs on dashboards by bringing together elements of performance, risk, and work achievements, along with budget and financial information. And finally, we will be proactive, reporting to ELT and Council throughout the year with data information on strategic corporate initiatives. We are also developing dashboards to report to senior leaders in real time so that trends can be monitored and quick mitigations taken if necessary. And here's your question slide. Again, we thank the auditor, next slide please, for the positive feedback on the EPM framework, and we are available to respond to any questions committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I selected the item, so I'll go first, and since I'm the only one on the board too. I'm just wondering I'm just wondering what's the incentive or motivation for individual employees or departments to make sure this is up to date? Like, is it just for public reporting, or is it also tied to individuals' performance, their own performance management?
So it's a number of levels. So there certainly is public reporting, but as we flow through the departments and the branches in terms of, are we achieving our objectives? I think as it flows in, you won't see a direct line-by-line correlation to individual performance plans, but absolutely, we start off with what are our department objectives, what are our branch objectives, and then what are my individual objectives to make sure that I'm supporting the achievement of those. So while you don't see the numbers, you see the activities that would report into a variety of performance plans.
Okay, and so then that's rolled up, and that's where you're talking about having those leadership conversations and everything. Is that what that's in reference to, or?
The leadership conversations are department leadership table conversations and branch leadership table conversations in terms of how are we doing as a department, branch, service, program, in achieving our measures. And then in the individual performance conversations with employees, at the appropriate level, there would be conversations happening between the supervisors and the employees as well. But the leadership conversations referenced in the report are DLT and BLT level conversations.
And those would be the things that the auditor referred to. What does it mean when a performance measure isn't at its target? What should we do with that? What should our response be?
Thank you. And what are SIP's performance measures?
Well, that's a very good question. So SIP is a relatively new branch. However, we were working on developing strategic measures. So we're part of a strategic information management system service. And so there's a number of measures that have not yet been finalized but are rolling up in there. One of the things that we do track, though, is how we're monitoring and tracking the corporation's objectives on a number of things SIP is responsible for, right? So project management, performance management.
Okay, and you're up to date with that tracking, setting a good example for everyone else?
We are working on it, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I did just have some other ones. I'm just wondering, can some of this tracking as well then be used to assist in the OP12 process that's going on?
I think over time, yeah. What we would do is be looking at certainly where we're not meeting a performance indicator that tells us that we have work to do. I also think in the long term, it speaks to performance. So where we're outperforming indicators, that might be examples of where we can implement a shift in resources so that we can still continue to meet the need, but redirect resources that are perhaps being devoted too intensely to one area.
Okay, so not quite at the point yet to fully roll out the OP12, but enough to help out at this point. Like there's enough information from SIP or from the data that can help.
It'll be part of one of the inputs into OP12. There's a number of inputs that'll form the basis of the OP12 recommendations. Certainly the performance measures will be one of those.
Okay, so we will have some data then when those recommendations come forward. Okay, and then just as far as the process itself, I was kind of concerned, and I saw now on the slide that so you did get to the point of implementation. Is that right?
So implementation started, so 2019 was a fulsome year where all of the departments went through their measures. And then as we were working towards sort of operationalization of that, the pandemic hit and a lot of the staff were redeployed. So we're back in the effective implementation stage a lot more formally than 2 years ago. Okay. And then, so just, it talked about having a user guide in the auditor's report. Has that been developed yet, or that's being used? Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just didn't know it will be, or just the wording kind of confused me a bit. I will yield the rest of my time and go to Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How much money have we spent on implementing this, and how much more money do we expect to be spending on this?
I don't have at my fingertips how much we've spent since the inception. But I don't, we've already purchased the new software. It's already in the base budget. So I'm not anticipating that there would be significant cost increases associated with the continued implementation.
If I could just add to that, sorry, really quickly, we were able to, because we're using Socrata, which is a platform that we already have now for the new software, we are no longer incurring the expense on the previous software. So they were able to build that in for us.
Okay, and have all the departments been trained in using this?
The departments have all been trained. I would say they're at different levels of use, and that's where the department strategy sections come into play in terms of guiding, some of our areas that are more prone to industry reporting, for example, they're a little bit more mature in their reporting process, and so the ones that aren't quite in the same space, the teams are actively working with, but they've all had training, and they do all track measures. So this is an ongoing program.
Okay, those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Mr. Matamambi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on the departments, when I look at the attachment 1, there is an indication that there are 8 departments involved. What's this type of involvement? Does it mean that the 8 departments are working together to try and implement this, or they are just, part of the implementation process?
So we have 8 departments in this city, and each department has a variety of measures. So the teams across SIP and the department strategy sections come together, as well as some of the business areas from time to time. The program is led by SIP and the department strategy sections, but we work with each of the departments on their own measures, and then subsequently the branches. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does, because I wasn't sure whether, the implementation is, happening in silos, or whether there is, a coordinated lead that's actually, making sure that the implementation is more efficient.
Yes, so we work under the SIP and Department Strategy Section operating model, which is a cross-corporation integrated, more of a matrix model versus silos. And so while the accountability for the program lies with SIP, the accountability for measurement and reporting is within each of the relative departments. So they do come together, and through the integrated planning that we did as an example, that's where you really see Department A can impact Department B in terms of their measures with decisions that they're making. So it is important they're working together.
Okay. So overall, what's the level of comfort, you have that this is actually being implemented, efficiently?
Today, I have a much stronger level of comfort than a couple years ago, because we've had the teams in place now for a little while. They've had some time to focus. We've updated the guide and the training, and I think our new software platform is going to do wonders for the organization and be able to improve our public reporting as well.
Okay. And I take it this is going to be constantly monitored, up to a certain point as well, so that there is real-time feedback?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a perpetual program, and so you'll see annual reporting, but we'll be doing quarterly reporting, and even more so in the areas. Some of the measures change quicker than others, and so in those areas, they'll track them more frequently.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll just go back on the board for a second just to ask one other follow-up question to that. So the quarterly reporting and that then we'll be able to see online, and the public will be able to see online. Is that correct? Or is that reporting back? Who's that reporting back to?
So the quarterly reporting will be to ELT, but you'll be able to see as the targets have measures that, as the measures, have information that can be updated, that will be updated on an ongoing basis on the dashboard. So it's not necessarily quarterly or annually. There'll be an annual report that will come to council, and then quarterly ELT will be getting the reporting. The other way that you'll see the measures come through is through all of our committee and council reports. There's a number of them that already include target and measure information.
Okay, but for the public to be able to, I mean, besides them enjoying the reports that we get to read as well, how will they be made aware?
So through the public-facing dashboard will be their main source. There's a number of indicators and measures that are more at an operational level that we don't produce all of those publicly. But at the community and strategic corporate level measures, those will be on the dashboard and updated regularly.
All right, good. Thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Rice, we'll get you on the board here then if you have questions. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully, are you hearing? Am I okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Thank you.
So first question for the new software, and the new software compared to the previous software, the measures and decrease from 1,000 to 500. So is this the only change and for the new software, or is there any other changes and in the new software?
So the reduction in measures isn't related to the new software. It's due to the refresh of the program and going through and really refining the measures to make sure that the measures that were first identified back in 2019 are actually relevant, value added, and support decision making as we go forward and or performance progress. The new software is more intuitive and behind the scenes, which you don't see as much public facing, works much better to meet the administration's needs in actually filling out and updating the software.
So besides this change, and I'm wondering from outcome perspective. So do we still keep the same outcome for this framework, or we are changing outcomes?
I don't think we've changed the outcomes of the program. What we've done is refined the number of measures, and just with 1,200 measures, I think what we were observing is if there's not the right level of measures or not the right measures, then people have trouble actually reporting on those measures. And so what we've done is taken some time to refine to ensure that we have the appropriate measures designed, implemented, and reported on in order to achieve the outcomes, but the outcomes haven't changed.
Okay, so that's what I want to get clarification, just to change the measures and to reflect how we measure the same outcomes.
That's correct.
Okay. So the next question is, does the SIB have enough resources to oversee all of the PM working being done?
We do. So, I mean, we'll always take resources, but no, I'm just kidding. We do have, because we work across the departments. So while at SIP, the department strategy sections also support this within each of their department areas and work very closely with their leadership teams in terms of actually populating the measures. So I do think that we are okay in terms of getting the work done. There was a big heavy lift back in 2019 that certainly took a lot of work to get this up and running. And then there's been a heavy lift again on the refresh, and as we go forward, it becomes part of how we do business.
Thank you for that answer. And then from the reports, what I have been reading, and I think the challenge, it seems like, is how we implement this. And so the framework is already in place. I confirmed no outcome change. We still want to achieve the same outcomes, even though we change some measures. And then my question is, do we have a specific implementation plan to ensure our framework is implemented? Because right now the city is some years behind implementing this framework.
We do. So it's built into each of the work plans for each of the teams that focuses on this. So as they're working through the integrated planning process, we identified the actions and the measures that support how each of those teams is doing. And then each of the department strategy sections will have a work plan in terms of how they're working with their departments on a variety of areas throughout the year. And these would be included in there, as well as SIP through the strategic management and corporate performance team also has a work plan where we identify the accountability for implementation. So I do feel like we have a good implementation plan and that we're on the road to more effective reporting as we started in October of last year.
Okay, so that means we have monitoring actions in place, and also we have specific timeline in place. So public and also the senior leadership and also council will see the progress and in this year and compare to the past few years.
Yes,
is that
absolutely.
correct understanding?
That's
okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rice. Any other questions? Well, I'll go ahead and move the recommendation to receive for information for items 7.5 and 7.6. Any questions? Anyone to speak? In close, thank you very much for the reports and for the work that's being done to progress this now that and sort of, I guess, pick up where we left off almost in 2020. So thank you very much, and we'll go to a vote, please.
We're just waiting for your vote, Chair.
I'm a yes. I don't see it coming up. Thank you.
Oh, okay. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Thank you very much. And I'm just looking at the time. Our next item is 7.7. How long is the presentation on that?
I can make it pretty darn quick.
Okay, let's get the presentation and then we can mull over some questions over lunch. Thank you.
All right. So I feel like I'm going to speak to my speaking notes, but you know all about kind of committee reporting and the information you get. You know there are 3 different sources of information that come to you through 3 different mediums. So what we want to do was really audit administration's process to provide that information in a way that helps you in your decision-making roles. Next slide, please. So what we found was there were documents such as instructions, style guides, and templates that guide administration staff in how they prepare the reports for you. We identified 2 areas that could improve. One is around clarity on when a council report should be produced. We found that there were good instructions on memos and emails and when those tools are used to communicate to council. However, there needs to be a bit more clarity on when council reports need to be produced. As a public reporting entity, the Office City Auditor, you know, I do feel for administration because producing these reports for the consumption of 1 million people plus, it requires resourcing and time. So I think when we use a council report is pretty critical. Readability and clarity to report could be improved. So what we did was we engaged a subject matter expert, a writer, to look at some of these reports and say, could there be areas for improvement in terms of clearness and conciseness? And we did make some recommendations around improving the guidance, but also providing clarity in the report. So we made 2 recommendations: strengthen the committee reporting instructions so there's clarity, and 2, improve the readability and fully support the information in the reports. So quick thank you to the city manager's office and all the employees of the city that produce these reports, because it does take a bit of work. So I will take any questions at this point, or are we deferring?
I think just for process-wise, let's put the questions off until after lunch. So we will be in recess until then? Yeah? Yeah? Okay.
Good afternoon. We're live from River Valley Room.
Good afternoon, everyone. Would like to call this meeting to order and do a roll call of committee members. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack. Was Councillor Knack in person? Yeah. So he'll be coming, okay. Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
and Mr. Burrow sent his regrets, and we're also joined by public member Metamombe.
Good afternoon.
Okay. We were on our last item, which was 7.7, Council and Council Committee reports audit and questions to administration. Councillor Rutherford. Here is Councillor Knack is here too. Okay.
Yes, thanks, and I'm just using this mic because this one seemed to be causing problems this morning, so hopefully this helps clear that up. I'm going to start with the city auditor. I guess, how did you come to that methodology? Because it seems like in this quantity of reports that administration provides to council, the number that were randomly audited seems pretty small, actually. Can you speak to that?
You betcha. We use a judgmental approach to selecting the sample. And then even with something like the accuracy of the figures or whether the figures are supported, we sampled within a sample. So we selected, up to 5 data points. So any one of these reports could be long. I know in one of the samples is 100 pages. So for an audit office to go through every single number, that probably would not be the most efficient use of time.
Okay, and I was intrigued by your findings, but I felt like the recommendations, I guess, how did you come to those recommendations will be my question right now.
So a lot of times we sit back as a team when we have a series of findings and we try to assess, are there common root cause? What would be the fix to kind of bring, a solution that would actually resolve some of the challenges. So for example, whether there's clarity in using a, council report versus a memo, well, we can review that and go, well, the clarity wasn't in this instruction, which is what we believe to be the root cause, and that would be the recommendation to resolve what we observed.
Yeah, but the goal of the audit was to see if the information council is receiving supports informed decision-making. So to me, it doesn't matter the form of the content, it's the content itself, no?
It would be both. So in the report, we speak to the instruction guides, the documents that support staff in crafting it. We also looked at the content of the information, whether it's clear, concise, and an element of accuracy in the reports as well.
And what did you find it with accuracy? Can you summarize that, please?
Well, I'll refer committee to page 76, in which we highlight 3 examples to illustrate. So
I'd like you to share them publicly, just if you could highlight some of them for those that don't read the whole audit report.
Okay, so at the top of page 76, the first one is quoting a percentage of urban canopy on private land in Vancouver at 95% versus 37%. The other one is having support for the number of Edmontonians who provide feedback at in-person events or through online surveys. And the third one is really an estimated cost that wasn't supported by a quote or other support. But again, I want to be fair to say that those are 3 examples that we highlighted in our report.
But those are 3 examples from a very small random sampling, is that correct?
It was a, yes, absolutely. So as I said earlier, sample within a sample. So
Yeah.
we picked a series of council reports, and within it, we picked 5 data points, up to 5 data points.
But if you think about the percentage of times that was found within the small sample that was audited, when I scale that up to how many reports we receive, it's actually even more significant, potentially missed data points. Like when somebody is providing a quote in a council report or memo that isn't justified with an actual quote, that's concerning to me.
So I think you're referring to statistical sampling and extrapolation.
Yeah.
I was very purposeful in saying judgmental sample. So I would not feel comfortable with the sample that we selected, that it was statistical or extrapolated to the entire population.
Can you elaborate on a judgmental sampling then?
Well, what we did was we would just pick up to 5 numbers within the report, and then we would verify it. Now, it could have been a number that's super important, it could have been a number that's not important, but it's very hard for the audit team to assess which ones of those numbers are really critical in your decision making. So we, as best as we can within our judgment, selected a sample.
Okay, well, I have to come back for another round, but I'll stop here to respect time.
Okay, no, thank you, Councillor. For Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I guess the most troubling thing to me out of this audit is on page 7 where you refer to the 7 of the reports contained information that you couldn't validate. Because of the reliance that we place on the information contained in the reports, and you also reference lack of clarity as well, I'm wondering, did council make decisions based on information that wasn't there or that was inaccurate?
So I can't get into, you know, what the writer was thinking at the time, and I can't get into obviously what council is thinking and what influenced your decision making. All I can do as an auditor is share with you what we found to be sufficient appropriate audit evidence on, you know, the sample we found, and share that information with you.
Okay. And I'm just wondering if there's any way of getting a list of what those 15 reports were, just for my own, so that I can make sure that the information or the decision that I made based on a report was an informed decision.
Yes, our working papers and our files should have that information, and we'll share it with council, a committee in a memo.
Okay, that would be great then. Thank you very much. And then I'm also wondering about, did the audit include answering the question? So if we requested a report, did the report actually answer the question that we were seeking?
No, the audit did not test that, but if you go to page, let me try to find it now, I had it underlined. If you go to page 72 at the top of it, in your package, we did make a statement in there that of the importance of administration working with yourselves to craft motions that are clear, because if you have clear motions, it leads to a product that meets your needs. So,
okay, so we have to, if there is a concern with that, we have to be more specific in what we're asking without being directive. Is that correct?
Now, I would say clarity in what you ask for. Probably in anything in life will get you the answer you want. You know, I think back to my lovely partner Ruby, and you know, some of my lack of clarity to her. It doesn't get me the results I want a lot of times.
Okay, yeah. Relationships are another thing. Okay.
Absolutely.
And then, there was a comment that the information should be objective and timely. So did the audit also include the time that we receive the reports? Like we're supposed to receive them, I think it's 10 clear days.
The audit did not scope in timeliness, but let me do a quick 180 to double check.
Oh, so that it was like current up-to-date information? Okay, so we weren't looking back at 2001 standards or something? Okay, okay. And then, oops, what have I got here? I've still got a minute and a half. Okay. And is there any guidance on looking at, in your audit, was there anything on looking at previous reports? So if the report referenced another report, would you have gone back to look at that to make sure that that data was carried forward?
My initial guess is no, but I'm gonna defer to Janine Marigaladio.
I see a head shaking behind you. Okay. All right. And can I just make a suggestion that, no, this would be to admin, that if there are referenced reports, a link be provided. directly to that report, rather than us having to search. But that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions might be more towards administration. I'm wondering how many people, or what is the setup for reports that are being written? Is it the different civic departments have their own writers for the reports, or is it a pool?
Councillor Principe, so each department will have a pool of subject matter experts that will form a report writing team. So they may write the report, then there will be folks that will provide input, collaborate across departments, and then there are folks that will provide copy editing support. So going through the reports for grammar, tone, tenor, consistency to our style guide. So it'll go through a few levels of reviews before it comes to the city manager's office, the office of the city clerk, and then is finally published.
Okay, and I know mistakes happen, right? That's okay. It's just we have to work on making sure that we're doing something to prevent that from happening going forward. So how do we do that? That's my question. What are we going to do? Do we need more people working in the area? Is it different training we need? One other question I had, have we ever, or could we do like footnotes, you know, how we used to do in school where we got, where the reports will have where that information came from?
Yeah, that's an excellent question and actually forms our management response to this audit. So we're going to be updating a number of the tools that we have to support report writers, our style guide, showing clear examples of really good reports with clear writing so that the subject matter experts can pull from that, so they can get a sense of how to translate complex technical information into council reports that are easier to understand using plain language, shorter sentences. And to your point, we're also looking at developing a bit of a report writing or a writing course that folks within administration can take. And if you've noticed, we've actually started to include more citations in council reports. So previously there was guidance to not do that, but we've shifted our direction there. So citations and footnotes are allowed now, and we'll be beefing that up as we start to implement these recommendations. And to Councillor Wright's point, hopefully being able to include hyperlinks, which we haven't been able to do in the past because they can break. So work through that as well. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Principe, may I add to that, please?
Please do, yeah.
So, you know, during the course of the audit, we did have conversation with administration, and they did frame a bit of context that I think is important. There are about 12,000 or 14,000 employees, whichever count you rely on. And a lot of times the writers are probably first time or second time at writing a report, whereas you know, Sharon and Janine here, we write probably 10 reports every year. So there's a comfort to writing clearly and concisely. So I just want to make sure we frame that context because, you know, I remember my first report that I wrote for the Auditor General, Marwan Sahar. I definitely was not clear and concise.
May I take 27 seconds of your time just to also provide further context? I'm not sure that the report also gets into volume. Right, so I was surprised as I did my performance contribution plan for my boss that since I started in April, so 10 months, the department that I serve did over 54 reports, and during that time serving over 30 council or committee meetings. So just the volume and that some of those teams are hit harder than others. And so although we might be given to like Q4 to do a thing, in all transparency, we are running and you might think, oh, you've had a year to work on this report. Why is it not as amazing as 1 year would be? And I would reflect on my own university career that I pulled a number of all-nighters to produce said reports because I simply had 10 other things that came in the interim. So not an excuse, but just some context around volume and general capacity.
Ms. Flaman, thank you for bringing that up because that actually jogs my memory. I was going to ask, are there restraints? Are there enough report writers within each civic department? Is that a budgetary constraint?
I can only speak to my department. I actually don't have anyone with a job description that says report writer. So I have directors who are doing full operations for a unit or a group, and then off the side of their desk or in the evenings or on their weekends, people are doing their best.
Wow, okay, we might need to look into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I think the only question, and again, this might fall just outside the scope, so if it does, let me know, or if it's a separate conversation. In the section related to instructions for communication methods with council, which was tied to recommendation 1, it does talk about, one of the last sentences there was, it's important for admin to work with councillors to craft motions that are clear on the expected method of communication. So that part I get. I wanted to ask a little bit, and again, I'm not sure if this falls within the scope around the crafting of motions themselves. And is this an appropriate time for that conversation, or does that sort of fall outside of the scope of the work?
I'm happy to answer that, Councillor Knack. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, so I wanted to ask, and again, feel free to jump in if you feel it so, but one thing I have heard, and I'm curious, is that I think back to earlier times that there maybe wasn't as much collaboration between administration and councillors when drafting motions. As the years went on, that has changed to the point now where I think at times I've heard around the amount of work that can go into crafting a motion can be pretty significant. And do you have any best practices or methods that you want to follow or that you've tried to follow and aren't, or how does that look like for you right now?
So great question. We did develop a motion template now, yes, which we do use with the councillors' offices, and that was a way to ensure that everybody on our side who needed to see this was seeing it. Everybody from legal to clerks to city manager's office to whoever you're working for in the department. So we actually prefer having that upfront time with councillors to get the motion really correct. To the city auditor's point, the end product looks a lot better once we have a really solid understanding of what you're looking for.
Okay. Is there any concern, and I just want to be sure, is that you know the amount of time that goes into crafting that? Again, there's probably not, we don't want to be what we used to be, which is that a bunch of us would do it on the fly in the middle of the meeting, we'd send it over to the clerk's office, which is not great, but at the same time, like, I don't know, are you spending an hour or two? Are you spending tens of hours? Like, and if we're on that higher end, which I don't think we used to do, how do you want to adjust for that, or is that part of the intent of the new method you've brought forward?
I think depending on the complexity of the question and depending on the complexity of the motion, that's kind of what requires the time. So there are some that require 30 minutes and they're done, and then there's some that require a lot more back and forth, potentially the city managers, you know, you're having an actual conversation on this. Right now, I don't think it's unmanageable. If it gets to that point, we're happy to have an additional conversation, but right now at this point, I think we're good. Okay. Yeah, thanks.
It looked like you wanted to jump in there. No, okay. Just the last question on that is that, and I'm curious, and I don't know how to best answer, but there's from the city manager's office and the team that you're working with and all of that, and then there's from the city clerk's side, which again I know is part of this. Curious if that is the same feeling amongst everyone right now around that workload and managing all of those motions and being able to feel like there's enough time to do all of the other work that's expected, particularly from the clerk's side of things, because I think they've taken on a greater responsibility than maybe what has happened in years past, which again I think is really good and ensures proper motions are drafted, but are there the resources to do that?
Councillor Knack, Aileen is online, so she can take that question, I believe.
Hi, thank you, Councillor Knack, for the question. And just to build on what Salima was mentioning, yes, things have changed, and we have worked collaboratively, not only with the city manager's office, but with admin to develop our own processes to create some efficiencies. So I'd say there's been some really good learnings in the last 12 months. And if we have any tension points or areas of concern, we always reach out to the city manager's office and work with the elected officials. So I'd say right now we're okay. And if things change, we'll have more conversations.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think those are all my questions for now.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Before I go to Councillor Rice, I just want to a few questions I want to ask, because it's very important that the reports that are public, for public consumption, are written in a language that is easy to understand, right? So that's important. I think that you're going to pursue that work as part of the response to this audit. We also want to make sure that the sources are accurate, and that there's a confidence, people seeing those public reports, that they are done in an objective way with all the evidence that is necessary, right? For that public trust point of view. Just want to get a sense from maybe from the city auditor. I don't have a reason to believe that that public trust is not there, but just want to, how do you strengthen that? Are you satisfied with some of the responses that you hear from administration and responses to your recommendations?
Administration, I think earlier said they accepted the recommendations in this report. If you're asking an auditor what his thoughts are on writing clear and concise reports, we work at it all the time. We write technical reports on arterial roadways assessments and trying to bring it at a level that all Edmontonians can read at. Yeah. And our audit reports go through a vetting process internally by multiple people to look at the figures that we throw in the report to make sure that it's well supported.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. And also, the response from administration about the capacity, that does raises concerns for me, not because people are not working hard, people are working hard, but having that expertise to dedicated resources to have that report written in a way. Director's job is absolutely management and everything in operation. Maybe they may not be the right people to write that report. So just trying to understand, maybe this is to Jennifer, about how do you make sure that for me it's one of those frontline services. Public reports are something that people will rely on, reading that and making sure that they understand what is going on. Right? So I think just trying to understand that aspect, why would we not have dedicated resources whose job is to write reports?
I think one of the reasons might be that the focus of city administration has been on frontline service. Yeah. And frontline service has been defined, I think, at least from I think the public perception would be interacting with the public. Yeah. In a face-to-face experience. And I don't know, and I'm still new to the organization, I don't know that report writing as such would be seen necessarily as frontline. It might be, maybe part of Op 12 when we talk about core services, maybe that's part of this conversation. I don't want to presume.
I know in a layperson sense of frontline services may not fall into that, right? But a lot of people consume city council public reports in order to understand the decision we are making or have their input into that decision making. For me, that is a very important service that we provide from a democratic accountability point of view, but also public engagement point of view, right? I think I see in that light, right? So it's not a service they're consuming, but it's something that they rely on to make sure that they're able to engage.
So Mayor Sohi, maybe I can add to what Jennifer said. Each department is structured slightly different when it comes to reports. But we do have some core corporate individuals, of which Melissa is part of, that tries to ensure to the best of our ability that we've got, the clearness, the readability. We're a big focus of ours is, are we answering the motion, right? We will really want to make sure that we're answering the question that was delivered. We look at the communication strategy in terms of key messages, et cetera. So we will definitely take that back. I think we are probably since 2000, we have constantly been tweaking the council process to just try and get it better and better. And so we totally welcome the auditor's report today, because I think that there were some good recommendations in there. And we'll take this away.
Yeah. We'll look forward to this ongoing work. Thank you so much for that. This is not a critique. This is more of observation. Because sometimes we get lost in this concept of frontline services just people consume, right? But this is what reports are so fundamental to good decision making and public engagement. Okay, all right. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Let me start to have question with our city auditor. And before that, I do want to say, since 2021 and 2022, I did say the improvements for the reporting and come to the council. And specifically, if you look at the first page of the report, you can see, and our administration tried very hard and tried to put some information there and provide the link for us and policy to us, say for us to look at that issue, that report refer to the different area. I want to say that comment first. And then my question to the auditor is, because city manager and administration provide information and make recommendation to council uses 3 formats. For this average number, 652 reports only include the reports come to the council or include the all 3 these formats.
The 652 figure you see is council reports. We don't, as far as I know, we don't track the number of memos or emails that are sent out.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Just only reports to the council. And also, do we including the data for how many pages and instead of how many reports? And because if you look at the report number, and since 2018, that is the maximum 800. And then last year actually is not too much, it's only 588. But I recall some reports actually 1,000 pages. And did you track the pages instead of the numbers of the report?
No, we didn't do a page count on all 588 reports issued in 2022.
Okay. So to me, I think sometimes the pages matters, and because that is actually reflect the criteria we're talking about, how the concises and not repeat the information. So that is one point I would like to bring up. Second one is about the effectiveness of the information and for how auditor to analysis this. And then do we have specific reporting elements to be looked at to assess the effectiveness of the information provided to the council?
Sorry, Councillor, was that directed at myself?
Yes.
And may I ask you to clarify the back end of your question?
My question is because right now the auditors report to analysis the effectiveness of the information be provided to the council. I would like to know if we do have the reporting elements in place and to determine and if the information provided to the council is effective. So do we have that specific reporting elements in place to determine if the information provided is effective?
So if you're asking about whether there are controls in place to make sure that the content is as accurate as possible, I think that's what's coming out of the audit report, which is, you know what, build some controls in, additional reviews, provide the supporting information. So it is coming out of the audit report.
And specifically for me to ask this question, because when we say the content, if we assess the content, if it's clear, it's right, and then that means actually to me is reflected on the reporting elements. What type of reporting elements we are looking for to be included in the report to ensure that effectiveness of the information and to the council? So that is my question.
Okay, so I'll share with you what you know the Office of City Auditor has undergone in probably the last 18 months or so. So part of our journey is really bringing in training on writing clearly and concisely. We hired an external writer. That's what she does for a living, is write, and she taught us how to be active in how we wrote sentences. We have multiple vetting processes within our processes at the Office of City Auditor. It gets vetted by multiple people. We bring in an independent auditor who hasn't seen the file to go through some of the numbers in our reports and make sure that it's linked back to audit evidence and that it's supported. So those are some of the controls. We bring the writer back at the very end as well, and we have her review the report from a plain language, and then we have a thing called cold read, which is an additional auditor who has never ever seen the file at all. They will read it cold, beginning to end, and say, as an Edmontonian, you know, what are some things that don't make sense in here? Is it answer, you know, are your findings clear? Is it linked to recommendations? So there are a bunch of controls you can put in place to put, you know, have reports as clear and concise as possible. Okay. Now, during the course of the audit, I believe Salima said to me, it is also an art more than a science sometimes. So that there is fairness to that statement as well.
Thank you very much. My time is out. I may come back for follow-up questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess where I'm grappling is just even as we've been discussing this afternoon, the complexity, the layers that these go through, like the fact that, you know, one of the recommendations is clear and concise writing, but there's copywriters. Well, if there's copywriters, you shouldn't need to train all of the content, the subject matter experts to do clear and concise because you've got the copywriter. So I'm feeling like there's big systemic issues, and the reason I'm struggling with this is because it's so fundamental to the decisions we make. It's I think not getting the attention that it needs, because I think of two examples in my recent history of reports that had information that has come out to be absolutely not correct. And one, I know we don't want to talk about it, is that zoo capital profile. How did that get there? How did we get to that point that got before council with that level of inaccurate, if it is inaccurate information? I think of another one that we had an email from the naming committee, and they specifically called out the report CSO 120 for misrepresenting their stance on something. So I'm struggling with these examples that I'm experiencing as a counselor, and these recommendations seem very superficial to address those issues. Can somebody speak to that, both maybe administration and the city auditor?
You know, it's a fair statement. I don't think it's as simple as, you know, one big fix. I shared with you earlier kind of almost a systems approach to how we write reports here. But you know what, I'm very cognizant that, you know, not everybody writes reports. And I'm very cognizant, like even in the Office City Auditor, if we have somebody who's just writing their first audit report, you know what, it's challenging. How do you write clearly and concisely? All those things come into play when you're crafting a report. So I think it's a broader systems fix.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. What I'm trying to get at is I think it is a broader systems fix, but I think there's something deeper than just like the writing in terms of like unverifiable data as one example, or just outright data that was incorrect, which I've given two clear examples of right now. These recommendations don't seem to, those could be implemented, and I don't see those rectifying those problems. That's what I'm grappling with.
So two things, Councillor Rutherford, so thanks for your comments. So just a quick clarification, we've got copy editors, not copywriters. So just, it's a small tweak, but it does make a slight difference. Our directors are expected to have a level of competency when it comes to report writing. So that's just something that we look for and that we train for.
That it's built into their job description, and I'm guessing also branch managers have that built into their job description. So while it's not a specific title, these are expected parts of their job.
Yes.
And we hire for people that can communicate well, as an example, as a skill that we look for in those positions.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. Above and beyond what you see in here, absolutely. I mean, the couple of examples I was just talking to Melissa, we did dig quite deep into like the data discrepancies and figured out, and I think from what we saw, they were samples of sample sizes, but even that isn't good enough. So I mean, I can commit to you from the city manager's office, because we do look at every single report, as much as possible, we will tighten up all of any data discrepancies we are going to focus on, whether it's a recommendation
But
or
it's hard to, like, this is where I think I struggle, because you need the subject matter experts to write that. They're the ones that know that information. I don't expect Andre to know 94% of Vancouver's blah, 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 whatever it is, right? That would be too much for Andre or you to know. So I think that's where I'm struggling with, is like, if the information is fallible from the get-go, I don't feel like it's going to get checked, like it's going to be harder to check along the way. Does that make sense, what I'm grappling with? Does that make sense?
Yep, it definitely does. I'm going to ask Melissa to supplement.
Thanks, Salima. So even since we completed the work with the Office of the City Auditor and found these discrepancies within these reports, Councillor, we've begun to ask for backup data. So you reference a stat in a report. Can you show me where you got this information from? So our office is already working through that, because super cognizant of not wanting to provide information that's not correct, not timely. We don't have the backup. So we're working through that right now. And I think over the next few months, you'll see more documentation included within reports, so you can see the data source as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, got it. Okay, next we have our Republican member, Madam Mombe. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm directing this question to the city auditor. Coming back to the volume of the council reports comment, clearly there's a marked decrease from 2018 to 2022. I just wanted to find out if there is still an opportunity to probably obtain more feedback from council to understand, the frequency of the reporting, the usefulness of the report, and possibly, further recommend, a more effective way of dealing with these public reports.
Definitely I can follow up with council members to seek their feedback and insights on the report. I do meet with each of you twice a year, and I do get some feedback from you with respect to some of your feedback, and I try to incorporate into our work plan. But we're going to be meeting in the spring here, and definitely something that can be put on the agenda.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Right.
Toss up between Wright or Rice, huh? Okay.
Just figure committee members, right? So,
yeah. To the city auditor, you'd indicated that you found the reports to be objective. I'm just wondering how do you measure maybe a bias in a report? I know we look for administration to provide recommendations, but I guess how do you measure objectivity or bias?
It comes in providing opinions and alternatives and recommendations for you as policymakers to make. So, you can almost pick any topic and you can have probably three really quick recommendations. Don't do it, do it something in between. I think it's providing those balanced recommendations for you to really work your way through in terms of decision making. And that's also supported by the content in the council report as well to help inform your decision making.
So would by then, okay. Should we be looking at the report sort of weighing both sides of an issue, or just looking towards what the final recommendation is? Like, do we need to know differing perspectives?
I'm not a policy wonk, but I'm definitely an auditor. So what I would do as an auditor is really to look at different views and perspectives on any one recommendation and weigh, because any one suggestion or recommendation may have impacts that are known and even unintended impacts that I think you have to kind of think through as you're seeing the information.
Was any of that sort of looked at in the audit then? We
didn't explore the depth of that, But let me just double check. We looked for recommendations. We made sure that there were recommendations that were put in front of you as well.
Based on opposing or different perspectives, or okay, I'm getting a head nod back there. Salima?
Councillor, yeah, maybe I can just add, we also try doing that with our GBA Plus perspective and our community insights perspective in the reports as well. So yeah, we try striking that balance between giving you the best advice, recommendations when asked for, otherwise at least a few options that you can look at.
And I think you're going to be adding in an environmental lens as well, is that correct? When's that to be expected?
Yeah, that's correct. I think that's Q3, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it might even be as soon as Q2 for certain reports that are coming forward, and then it will ramp up throughout the year.
Okay, that's great to hear. I thought I did have one more, but perhaps not. Okay, thank you very much.
May I take a bit of your time to circle back to something?
And I just remembered. Okay, go ahead.
When I made a reference to a systems fix, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist collectively. So if you listen to the conversation, I jotted down some of the things that are in place or will be put in place by administration. I heard training. I heard clarity and instructions to guide writers better. I heard review. I heard supporting information to back up whatever figures are put out there, including footnotes. So to me, I think those elements are sliding in as you're listening to the response from administration. So I just want to clarify my comment.
Okay, thank you very much. And I did, you made reference, I think, a couple times to page number 76. And I'm looking at both the report and the attachment, and they aren't that long. So am I missing an attachment?
Oh, I always refer to the page of the package, because then if I go page 7 of this report, it gets all, so I just stick with the bottom one and go, 76 of the package, and it's easier.
Got it, okay. From edmonton.ca/meetings and pull it up from, yeah, I got it. Okay, thank you.
I've thrown a lot of audit committees off when I start referencing page 1 of something. Well, where?
Thank you. I just wanted clarification, make sure I wasn't missing it.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Just a few more quick questions. So just wanted to close the loop a little bit on what I heard from Councillor Rutherford's questions and a little bit of what Councillor Princeville was asking. You mentioned how there's a bit more process in place now to essentially fact check what's being put in the report. I just want to double check in terms of what you're working on in your new standards. That's built in more at the front end. So you're not having to you'd made in the response, I think, to Councillor Rutherford saying like, you're going to ask them where they got that information versus it should be the expectation that they show you they have a link in somewhere so that you're not having to ask that. That's generally the expectation. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct. So we haven't yet had the opportunity to take all the recommendations from this audit and apply them to the system. So it's just been over the last few months and weeks that we've been trying to implement some of the elements from this audit, but that will become a part of the system when we update the style guide and we do the training and we have the conversations with those within the city that write reports. So it will become a part of the process itself.
Great, thank you. The other question I had also dealt with that recommendation and the style guide piece, and I want to channel former Councillor Scott McKean and his love of the term plain language, and so there's some information in this section of the recommendation around what's going to happen. I guess I wanted to ask you what that looks like, because I can't look at it objectively either. I've been doing this for 9 years now, so a lot of these reports are like, oh, that makes sense, but I have no idea if it would make sense to somebody who's just picking it up for the first time. So I wanted to get a sense that, I heard from the city auditor that they actually have sort of that complete look from somebody who hasn't read it, who wasn't involved. Have we ever thought about doing that? I don't think the Guiding Coalition on Public Engagement is active anymore, but are there people we could connect with in that to essentially look at how we are creating reports and they could provide some advice around that notion of plain language and having it understandable and readable and not filled with acronyms? And any thoughts around how we do that plain language recommendation? I guess ultimately it's one thing to say we're going to do it. What does that look like?
Yeah, it's a great question, Councillor Knack. I don't think we've ever formally done it. I will need to take that back. I will say anecdotally, though, when I sat on the original CSWB task force, and there were a number of people there with lived experience, I got some great feedback on our reports in terms of accessibility, readability, etc. So I did bring that back in terms of, are we writing in a plain language? Are we writing in a way that, is easily communicable, etc. So I will take that back. I don't think we've actually done that formal process, but it's something we'll look at.
And it's tough because I imagine a lot of the folks who've been with the city for a long time might be in the same spot. They might be phenomenal report writers and have no idea that what they're writing is not decipherable to somebody who's reading it for the first time. Even though it might be well written, it just might not be comprehensible. Yeah, so that's fair. I figure Scott McKean somewhere is asking me about that, and I figure I should ask that out loud. Thank you. This goes to Scott McKean. He's not dead. Don't worry. He is alive. He's alive and well.
Well, I sometimes struggle to understand his articles, right? So, if he's listening, just kidding. Just kidding. I'm pretty sure he's going to send text message me about this. Okay, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. And also want to thank our city auditor actually for the report, specific comments related to this item. There are many really meaningful points in the report as well. I do have one question to auditor and other question to administration. And the question to auditor is for those reports, for example, for 2021, 627 reports. And do we have specific percentage, how many reports and related to the motion, and how many reports specifically related to the city department, they provide information only?
So Janine's going to nod her head. I'm pretty sure yes. We did at one point create a chart of the reports by departments. If you're seeking that information, Councillor Rice, we can definitely provide it in the memo.
Wonderful. And because that information actually will provide some future guidance. And for the earlier question I asked regarding the effectiveness of the information provided to the council, and because for information, for the decision, and for the content, they may have different focus. And so I'm looking for that for information. And to city manager and the city clerk office, I do want to thank you for the template improvements compared to 2022 and 2021. So my question is, regarding the reporting process, because our frontline employee workers, we focus on work on the provide program and services. And how is that collection and between the actually doing work and actually writing the reporting? And because we cannot separate SME and subject matters and then between doing work and writing the reports. So how is that collection and implement in the city right now?
I can provide a bit of insight into that, Councillor Rice, and then I'll ask Melissa to supplement. Essentially, after a motion's passed and it gets kind of into the report churn, it essentially gets assigned to a branch in the corporation, and they essentially take the lead and assign the right individuals to ensure that we're kind of writing the report on time. So there is a process that's followed. Each branch is probably slightly different. And then from there, it moves up into the deputy city manager's office and then kind of the internal channels in the city manager's office.
So this is also related to the data collection and for the data collection and also related to our enterprise performance framework as well. And then if we don't have enough data, will not create the challenge and for us to write the report and specific to focus on the effectiveness of the information provided to the council.
Councillor Rice, I'm not sure what your question is, but
yeah, and because any reports needs the data, and then so I try to look at the collection from procedure process perspective and in city place we already have that connection, and from doing work, from data collection, and then reporting the work. And because the reporting work is part of the fundamental information provided to the council for our decision making. So I tried looking for that connection between those three elements.
So often we may receive direction from council via motion that will require us to do either data collection because we don't have the data set, or to gather the data from within our own department or from across the organization. So it may just depend on the nature of the motion and what administration has been directed to do, whether or not we're creating data or we're analyzing the existing data that we have in order to bring forward the report that addresses the motion. I'm not sure if that answers your question though, Councillor Rice.
So may not directly, but I'm okay, I can follow up offline. And specific for the last point, for the language point, I really appreciate some great points brought by Mayor Sohi and other my colleagues. I do think the language, if we have more instruction, not including some technical terms and then easy for public to understand, will be good moving forward. Just with my last second, so I'll return back to the Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions on this report, and it is to be received for information, right? So, want someone move, or I can move, doesn't matter. We're committee.
So moved.
Councillor Knack moved, okay. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to receive for information to speak. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you so much. I had pulled this report. I think this one is really important. It's really foundational to how we make decisions, because while there's many different pieces of information that are coming at us, we have to take and consolidate all of that information to make the best decision based on the information in front of us. So the quality of that information and the trust with our administration is essential for that to be a good process. I think this is so important that while I think that I thank the city auditor and his team for the great work that they've done on this report, I'm a little bit less optimistic that these changes in and of themselves will address some of the issues that have become quite public, such as the misinformation in the report on the River Valley Zoo and the condition of the current animals. You know, that was very plain language, but so how did we get there? I still don't have that answer from this today. I think this is so important and foundational to the work we do as a city. I feel like this audit should be almost every 2 years, just because it is random sampling. It is something, so I actually am very intrigued with, absolutely implement these recommendations, but I think we need to be doing that random sampling on content that is coming forward to council on a regular basis. And then I would hope that over time we see those improvements, and we will, I have no doubt, but we can always do better. So this is something I think that I'm very passionate about. With that being said, I do also want to acknowledge some of the changes that I've already seen happen with reporting. I think the GBA plus sections are getting stronger. I think at first, when I first started, I didn't find they were that strong, and I think that they are getting stronger, and that's likely because more people are trained in GBA plus and understand more how to communicate that. So I want to also acknowledge that there already is improvement even without this audit. And so I look forward to, we have to ask these tough questions at Audit Committee because it's our accountability mechanism. But it doesn't mean that we absolutely don't appreciate the work that administration does and the volume of work that they do. I think that this has also shored up some questions about expectations and turnaround times and those kind of things that I think will lead to bigger conversations. But the more honest we can be, the more open, the more kind of conversations we can have like today, the better we're going to continually be. And that's going to make for better, more sustainable decisions. It's going to make for better trust with the public, with council, with administration, and everybody involved. So thank you for this. It's a really important piece of work, and I look forward to seeing the recommendations implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack to close.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. So pretty much just echo that. I actually really appreciate Councillor Rutherford's flag around, you know, I think there should be regular spot checks, and it might not even have to be through the city auditor directly. It can be through administration, it can be both, and the auditor can look into it once in a while. I think that's fair. I think it needs to happen because, you know, while I don't believe there was any malice in any of the mistakes, you know, clearly we don't want that. That can help, that can reduce trust. So I think it's a really good idea that she raised. So I just wanted to echo that. Similarly, just wanted to briefly echo the improvements in the reports. While I'm obviously ingrained in these reports now and I'm used to reading them for years, I can say that there has been a big shift from, you know, the reports that I read 9 years ago to the reports I read today. Not just the look, because I mean, I remember the ugly, like, I don't know why we had like the worst, ugliest dark green border for the top for years. But truly, even just that they're easier to read, they're easier to look at. And I think, as Councillor Rutherford noted, the GBA Plus piece, putting in that data, the executive summaries, they're getting better and better as I have seen over the years. So I thought it would be worth just acknowledging that as somebody that's read a lot of them for a fair amount. The other thing I wanted to flag, and it's fairly minor, not so much tied to the audit, but the volume piece was an interesting chart to me because I think I would have thought there was more reports last year. And it actually shows that we had one of the lowest report numbers in the last 5 years, which sort of clicks for me for two reasons. One, I think the perception that council was putting forward too many motions or anything like that would not be accurate based off the data that is clearly here. There's a lot of reports in a much lower volume than we've had in many, many years. And yeah, that means we've probably talked a lot about some of these items as we have in the past, but it's actually not a, you know, and I appreciate Ms. Flaman's point earlier about that it's still a lot of work for the folks putting together the reports. But I don't think that this council has been doing anything abnormal from past councils, which I actually don't know I would have expected until I saw the report. And this is good reinforcement for me not to react to perception, but actually react to facts, and that the facts are this council asks for about the same amount of information as everyone else. We might handle it differently at a council meeting. We might choose to engage more on it and talk more to it, but that's part of our role and our responsibilities. And so that was just good information for me to take away from that when we're talking about how this council's working and the impact on what we're asking for on administration. So really interesting report, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Responses to councillors' inquiries, none. Private reports, none. Motions pending, none. Notice of motions or motions without customary notice, none. We are adjourned.